Hey, this is Kineer. Welcome to a live stream of Dune Awakening. Just a reminder, I am streaming on YouTube at Kineer and on Twitch at, or it's not at, but it's just /Kineer Gaming. So watch wherever you want to watch. Like, subscribe, comment, chat, all that good stuff. You know how that works. I don't need to explain it. I will mention, and I don't know if I've got a graphic up here right now. We'll see if I've got this one up here now too. There are some drops, I think, through September 4th on the Twitch side. So if you want to watch on the Twitch side, there's some building pieces. They've been out there for a little while, so I think maybe everybody's got them right now, but they're worth having. But the big news today is this actually an announcement that they made at Gamescom just last week. I think that wrapped up at the end of the week. But when they announced the new DLC that's going to come on September 10th, and the free updates and the DLC and all that good stuff, they did talk about new dynamic events, which they didn't give us a lot of details on, but I think we're seeing the first one right now. So we have a new world event, the first of its kind. You can actually look up in the sky out here. Let me go outside. We're going to go check this out, which I think they're calling a Chome salvage rights event or something like that. But we have ships falling from the sky and rockets being fired from all over the place. So we're going to go figure out what that's about. Let me make sure that my microphone looks like it's running, and it looks like I've got desktop audio too, so I think we're in good shape. But anyway, thank you for joining. Like I said, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. Let's go find out what this thing's about. I did come out here earlier to make sure that there was actually something going on. I wasn't just hearing something. I also made, I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but I did go to the Funcom Discord, and some of that is just like, you know, I don't know, it's like poison. Some of it is people that are excited and having a good time with this, and some of these are people who, if you, you know, if they found a $100 bill in the streets, they'd just complain about the fact that it wasn't more. I don't know. So we got a little bit of that going on too, but we're going to go see what it is. Anyway, there's a ship that landed over here. I'm not going to go there yet. I did look at one of these earlier. I mean, I guess I'll come down and look at it, but so we have these new ships that have landed. They're being shot out of the sky. You can see, hold on, there's a gun going. There's guns everywhere. It's really kind of cool. It's kind of a massive base. It wasn't there before. So look at this ship. It is definitely different. I don't really know. I don't even know if I have... I might not be wearing the right gear for this. Let's get some sandy shoes on. A little bit of room in my inventory. There's no worms around here. Fire's kind of interesting. Can I... I don't know what's going on up here. Oh, hold on. I didn't see that before. Is this a two-step process? Hold on, hold on, hold on. So he just showed up. It's pretty quick. Maybe they're going to do this in a two-step process. I don't know. We'll get back to the guns in just a second, but looks like he's going away. Did I end up with salvage material? Not a lot. Okay, let's just get back down here. I'm going to ditch this. I'm going to ditch all that stuff, right? Oh, do I need radiation protection? Okay, so I have, hold on. We don't know how many of these there are. Maybe I should leave some for whoever comes next. Okay, we're going to do that one too. Let's get this. I don't have... Can I get in here? I can. You can come through. So I'm picking up 4 of these here. Okay. I already have a couple of these. I'll show you where I got the other ones. I'm guessing that there's more on the different sides. Maybe you can get a lot of them out of there. I don't know. I want to go find a gun. Let's go find a gun first and see what that's about. So the ship's okay. My initial thought would be to land on top of it, but I'm not wearing like my syndicate armor that gives me fire protection. Okay, where's the gun? That just came from down there? I see it right there. There's a gun. We got guns on the ground. We have the Sardaukar. I'm not real thrilled about the Sardaukar being out here either. So that guy's going to come back around here in just a minute, and we're going to have to deal with him. Let's see if we can get down here and get this done fast. Man, I think my timing's terrible here. I'm not going to... I definitely want to get that gun, but feeling that guy's going to show up right down below there. So we're going to see what we can do here. Yeah, he just scanned over it. Like if I was over there clearing that site, he would have popped me. I remember this site. This is that first true PvP shipwreck in the game. Like when you first come into. So he's going to fly away now. Okay. Can he swing that light back here on me? Yeah, dude. Oh no, he can. Hold on. Bozo. Let's get over here, man. Let's get over here. Okay, what's up, man? I should have pocketed that, shouldn't I? Okay, give me my Chome stuff. Oh, man. Dude. They got me pinned. He's got me pinned. Were they not there just a minute ago? Hold on, let me get over here. I gotta shoot these guys before we get too much. They're not hard enemies, but clearly I just let that guy just sneak up on me. Holy crud, man. So I already picked up what was in there. Did I destroy it? Maybe I did already. No, I didn't destroy it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna go find another gun. That looks a little glitchy to me. I wiped out one of those earlier, and my stamina's not recovering either for some reason. So, like, my stamina's, like, pinned at 0. I'm glitched, man. I get in my... I can't even get in my ornithopter. Let's hide it. What zone? Oh, it's the... I know where it's at. Yeah, I'm over here now. And my stamina is screwed up now. Something happened. I just got glitched, man. I need to find a safe spot here. I don't care where it is. I just need to be under a little shelter and away from that. Check my, let's check my water here. So water is... I'm going to do that just to see if it tops off my stamina. No. In the right zone. Let's do this just to top off my health. Yeah, that got glitched. I was supposed to be able to disable that gun. And I don't know what's going on with it. That's kind of screwy, man. What can I do to get my health back, or my stamina back? And the worst part was I couldn't get it. I couldn't even get in my ornithopter, can I? I can't. It's like my stamina... Okay, we're gonna put this thing away, and I'm gonna log out, and I'm gonna log out and log back in and see if it resets that stamina, because that's messed up, man. I'm sheltered right here, like I'm safe. Yeah. We'll see how that goes, man. Yeah, so I ran down, and I was kind of watching the Sardaukar that were flying overhead because I didn't want to get popped by, or I didn't get frozen by those guys. And I just ran up because there weren't any enemies on the gun at the time. And let's go back in. So I get out my cut array, and I open up the panel, and I'm supposed to be able to access the panel and interact with it and destroy the gun, but it's clearly still functioning right there. But while I'm doing that, the two enemies were either around the other side or something. They finally, they finally aggroed to me and ran around and just decided to start like attacking me. And I was kind of pinned up against the machine, right? So I'm stuck there. My stamina goes to 0. I'm trying to dodge out, and that was my mistake. I don't know if I should have jumped or something. I don't know what, but definitely got pinned. Yeah, my stamina's still screwed up, isn't it? Oh, it just turned red. It's like I'm injured or something, right? Like there's something going on. Like I can't use any of my powers. Like I can't sugar wire anymore. I'm out of stamina. Well, the hell with that, man. Do I have some kind of character stats? Stamina 0 of 190. Man, I'm glitched, man. I'm totally glitched. And so I can't Shigawire across here either. Otherwise, I would try to get back to another base or something. What are my options here? Is it possible that I can do? I mean, this is kind of silly, but okay. So I can switch weapons, which is okay. I have these Chome cargo. That's becoming less and less interesting to me at the moment, given the fact that I'm kind of. Let's get rid of that. I don't care about that. I don't know why I'm carrying plastone. I don't care about the gun parts. I can't trigger any of these things, can I? It is daytime at least. Stamina. I'm gonna come back over to this thing. Oh, there's an enemy up there. So these guys are here, right? The gun is still firing. Oh, hold on. I can interact with it. Let's get the gun down at least. Okay, so I've destroyed the gun. But my stamina is permanently disabled. And I don't want to go back that way, do I? Because, yep, because of the freaking PvP zone. Zone name? Yeah, that's a problem. I'm now in zone name. So this is a little glitchier than I thought it was going to be. Maybe I need to bail all the way back out the desktop. Is there any place else I can go? Oh, this is just the pass-through. I've been through here 1,000 times, right? Oh, who's that? Yeah, it's me, man. It's me, brother. Let's kill some guys. Let's see if we can I just... Maybe I'll let him kill me. Lance Red task. I don't know. What's going on there, man? Oh, wait a minute. My stamina's back. I'm still in zone name. I wish I was in zone name, right? Let's do that. Okay. So I had to get into combat with a guy, and I let him hit me, right? So that may have triggered a stamina reset, like something like that. Throwing grenades at me. Okay, so I'm also triggering some kind of Lands Red task. Let's see if I can get back in my Ornithopter right now. Okay, note to self, if your stamina gets bugged, get into a fight with a melee enemy, a melee NPC, let him hit you, as long as you survive. Okay. Can't get in my vehicle? So let's check the inventory. There's nothing in inventory. There's, so it's nothing in fuel. Can't enter the vehicle. Because I'm in zone name? I don't know. I can't enter my vehicle. I can pocket the vehicle, right? Vehicle's out of range. I can pocket the vehicle. Interesting. Yeah, that's kind of... I mean, just to say that's messed up is kind of an understatement. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna bail out of the whole game. Like I don't see any other way out of this at this point in time. gonna come back in just a second. Have a drink. Is there anything on the map that's interesting? Like there's like a cave. If there's a cave, I'd go into a cave or something like that, but I don't know. I could go across here. I can at least Shigawire now, right? So like I could go places if I wanted to. I could sneak across here and get to this. And Zaingrato. I don't need that. Man, that is weird. Can I get on top? Okay. Is there another key that's supposed to work there? The E key? Does the E key not work for anything else? Okay, we're going to go up in the shade again. Let's just go find a shady spot and log out of the entire game and see if we can get this thing to fly. This is where... That's the gun. And I don't want to go all the way over there because that's a PvP zone. Okay, this is good. I'm sheltered. Okay, let's bail out of this. Let me quit the whole game. Your character will remain in the world for 27 seconds. It is vulnerable to attacks. Okay. Cool, man. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Have you been playing Dune? Started the week yesterday, actually. Went up to the deep desert. Went to row A again. And built a base in row A for the first time in a month plus, easily. There's a bunch of resources, right? There's titanium and strontium up there, so I wanted to put a buggy up there, and I only have so many. I only have like one extra base I can put out because I have two bases tied up, one for the guild and one for my main base in Hagga Basin. And so I put one in row A, and another guild member, Ripper, was going to put one out there, I think, on the E row. He did last week as well. So we're kind of evolving to another strategy, which is to have one out on the E row and one on the A row, and the A row is full of bases again. It's almost like it was, a month plus ago. Lots of people building bases back there, gathering titanium, strontium, and you put a buggy out there, and you can gather all sorts of material. It's kind of tremendous. So I think we've just decided we can go chase spice just in ornithopters and find mediums and clear those things out pretty easily without a lot of attention. And then it's checking shaders because the shaders are important. And then we can do the plastanium harvesting materials back on the A row pretty easily. And if we have two bases, that's great. But we're not building like a massive base out there anymore. Although I am seeing some pretty big bases on the A row that have carriers in them, things like that. So people are doing that.
I dream.
Also saw somebody posted a link on how to skip all these things too. Let's see if I can get into my ornithopter. I might have to figure wire across the desert. I'm not excited about that, let me tell you. I guess I could just kill myself, couldn't I? Although all my gear's going to take a hit. I shouldn't say that. I can respawn somewhere. That would be the less violent way to describe it. I don't know that YouTube cares. YouTube recently said you can now curse in the first 7 seconds of your videos. You don't know how tempting that is. Especially at a moment like right now. Okay, so they're back. Those guys are back. They shouldn't have any effect on me at all. Okay, there you go. I had to log out and log back in. So be careful around those guns. They are glitchy. They are glitchy. There's a gun over there. Let's go kill that one too. I'm gonna land up top. And they're everywhere. And they've got the the logo for the Karab, I guess. That's a Karab, right? Because we're in Vermilius. I don't know if they're all in Vermilius. I need to do like a tour, like fly around and see what's going on. So first of all, we're going to do this. Out of an abundance of caution, we're going to go ahead and pocket this thing because, That was kind of ridiculous. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, or the subscription. None of my overlays are working, so I can't tell. But I appreciate it. That noise means something good. Oh, here's what I should do. Don't I have one of these? I do have one of these. I don't know why I'm carrying the Ancient Way in Vermilius, but maybe I should use the Ancient Way, shouldn't I? There's nobody down there. Come on. So there should be enemies down there, right? Shouldn't there? So I come down. There were no enemies here just a second ago, right? Are they here now? Let's take the... that's that. That's not a big deal. There's no enemies on this gun. This gun is unmanned. Let's see if we can... let's do this. The aim is a little off. Yeah, I'm dying of... let's do that. Okay, let's get away. That was a little glitchy. That was not jumping. Okay, so I got a gun down. But did I get any more? I didn't get any more CHOAM cargoes, did I? There was no CHOAM cargo in this. There's none in there, and I can't interact with this anymore. And I am just cooking in the sun too. Is that stuck? No. Okay, that's going down at least. I don't need to fight that guy. So I got no CHOAM cargo on that one. So I got CHOAM cargo in the ship on the ground. Is that another one down there? Yeah, I could go do that. I really want to go change into my someone's here. It is. So those ships, I think there's plenty of those ships. I'm not going to worry about those. They're everywhere. They're flipping everywhere, man. I am going to go get my let's go over here. We're going to go off the map. I'm going to go get my Syndicate armor because it's fireproof, and that way I think I'm going to feel a little better about jumping on top of the ship because it's clearly on fire. And at some point we need to let's refuel. We also need to go up to the deep desert and see if there are any guns in the deep desert. And I think there is a there's a CHOAM contract representative at one of the trading posts. I didn't see him at Anvil though. I did go down to Anvil and I didn't see any CHOAM. So there's supposed to be a CHOAM contract representative. Some people have said at Anvil or at the trading posts, and then up in Arrakis as well. So maybe we'll go up to Arrakis and see if there's somebody up there. So far, a little glitchy, man. Got myself stuck after a fight. If you just tuned in, I just went up to one of the guns and I approached it. I took out the cut array. I pulled down the cover on the control panel, and I was starting to interact with that. And I got attacked by two NPCs, which I didn't see when I came up. I expected them to be there, but I didn't see them there. And one of them got me pinned up against the wall, and in the process, my stamina got lowered and stuck, and I had to log out. I had to shut down the whole game. I had to go completely to desktop to get that to reset. Couldn't get into my ornithopter. Had to get into combat with another NPC over in another, another camp, and let that NPC. It was a melee NPC. Had let him hit me. My stamina went down and reset. Something happened along the way, but something weird happened there around that gun. Don't know what, but we have a strategy. If it happens again, I know how to get out of it. But I'm a little nervous. I could have been stuck out in the desert with, like no access to my ornithopter and that kind of thing. So I'm going to be a little more cautious about that. Just gonna chill and take my time, make sure I have everything lined up. But we're gonna go get the light armor. I've been wearing this heavy armor because I was out in the deep desert farming spice, and it was recommended, or at least I've seen it recommended. I've not been attacked. I have been fortunate so far that every time I'm mining spice in the deep desert, I'm finding medium spice blows that are out and away and evidently, off the beaten path. There's nobody there, which has been useful. And so I've had pretty good luck with that. And I don't really go near the large spice rings at this point. Although I think our deep desert seems to be, maybe the PvP is, there's still PvP going on, but it's a little more, I I think it's a little more, let's say, consent-based. It's people who are deliberately fighting each other because they're there and they clearly want to. Maybe a little less ganking. I don't know. Okay, so this is the bank. Is this the bank? No, this is not the bank. This is the. I need to go to the bank. The bank was right inside here. I need a CHOAM representative of some sort. That's what I think I'm looking for. That is a CHOAM guy, but maybe CHOAM gal from the looks of her. That might be CHOAM dude. So who's in here? Is there anybody? These are just like regular NPCs. That's this guy.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
I'd like to talk about something else.
How may I assist you?
Yeah, none of that matters. So there's nobody here. I don't see anybody that's, those are just CHOAM guards. Like, I would expect that if there's somebody up here you can interact with from a quest perspective, they would be, easy to spot. Is there something on the map? Let's look at this. So we have taxi service, vehicle vendor, scrap trader, guild bank, the CHOAM exchange, which we know. Oh, actually, let's go to the CHOAM exchange and just make sure there's no menu options or anything on it. I don't know. That's just some stuff that's up for sale. I don't think I have any orders up here, complete or active. Yeah, I don't have any orders at all. We don't have anything. Doesn't look like there's anything new up here. Yeah, I don't see anybody in here worth dealing with. Imperial Consulate, House Verota, Tax Collector, Residency, Atreides, House Wallach. We've already talked to that guy. The Warrens, Duncan's Dojo. Yeah, these are all good. And I don't think we've lost. Why do I have one vote? I have one voting power. Oh, because I killed something. Yeah. The Harkos, they won last week. So I don't see a quest vendor or a contract person up here at this point in time. So we're going to go hit one of the trade posts. These are all normal people. Yep. Let's go back and hit one of the trade posts. Get the rest of the stuff out of my inventory too and get into that syndicate gear so that I can farm those ships. Because I think I'm just going to need to collect a bunch of the CHOAM cargo. So you get some from the guns, some from the ships. Okay, let's go ahead and let's hit the deep desert and see if the war is going on up there, or if it's just in Hagga. Okay, we're gonna go over here. We're gonna go over to the deep desert. I've got a little mini base in A2, I think, maybe B2. I don't know if I went across the line. But I know Ripper came up here last night. He's on a different schedule. He's got a different work schedule, so he's like able to do stuff in early morning. And he brought a bunch of the titanium and stravidium back to the guild base. Hey, Henry, nice to see you. Well, so far so good. I should put my stats page up. Like I don't have my stats up over on OBS. I need to put that up. So far, it says I'm not losing any packets. Unless it's just from switching back and forth. Yeah, I think I got that fixed. Last couple of weeks have been crazy. Insane. You know, it's funny, like, not to talk about, the personal stuff, but, like, people can relate, right? Like, my air conditioner went out, right? Which is terrible when the weather's in the high 90s. And then, of course, the moment I got it fixed, which was not cheap. It's ridiculous. I mean, it wasn't bad. It is what it is, man. That's what you got to do. But the moment I got it fixed, like, the weather broke, and it's been pretty nice. It's like, you could sit outside, it's that nice. But that's the way it works, right? You're like, hey. It's like, if the roof leaks and it's not raining, you're like, well, I don't need to fix it because it's not leaking. And then you fix it. There's no rain. So you do it anyway. You fix it anyway. It'll be good. I was fortunate. I found a real good guy to work with, and he did a nice job. Okay, so we got a little base up here. I don't see any guns, man. There's no explosions going on up here. I don't see anything in the sky. Like down in Hagga Basin, there are fights everywhere. Matthew TC, thanks, man. Nobody has air conditioning in the UK. I haven't been to the UK in 20 years, honestly, and I recall exactly what you described. I remember that. I don't remember being bad. Just different. Germany was that way too. There was, well, you know, even in like in the office buildings, because I went over there for work years ago with a very large corporation, and I'm kind of stuck on the. I went over there for work, and even the office buildings that did have air conditioning, it was kind of turned down. Like there are places in the U.S. that are just, I mean, they're cold. Like I go to places and it's ridiculous. I'm like, why? This is terrible. Like it's kind of crazy to have to take a jacket inside. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and run since I'm here. There are no, I don't think there's any. There's no war happening in the deep desert, so it's just Hagga Basin. So Chome is in some kind of war in Hagga Basin. So we just set up. This is a cheap buggy. This buggy actually. This buggy belonged to one of our guild members who hasn't been on in a while. We think he has been captured by World of Warcraft. And I took it apart and brought it up here. And now it's my buggy, I guess. That was not my intention, but because now it's taken up a slot in my my vehicle inventory. But I needed to bring it up here, and the only way to bring it up here is to disassemble it and to bring, you know, well, at least right now, to disassemble it and reassemble it up here. It was a Harkonnen variant, so in honor of its original Harkonnen variant, it is Harkonnen colors. Although it is currently in the Atreides variant. Matthew TC says it just rains a lot in the UK. That I believe. Now, I did not go Harkonnen, however, I am using a swatch from House Mutelli, which I like quite a bit, actually. Looks pretty good with the, I think it's a good-looking color scheme. I like it, and it's a little Harkonnen. I'm not trying to be Harkonnen, but I did like the swatch from House Mutelli. Mutelli? I don't know if it's Mutelli or Mutelli, whatever. I got it when I was, okay. I just somehow ran off that. Can I get back up there? Just bumming around this guy's base. This person's base. I don't know. There we go. So we're up in A2, and there's a ton of places here in row A now that are just full of excellent resources, right? And, you know, depending on when you get here, other people are doing exactly the same thing. They're just kind of rocking around the area, grabbing all the resources. They respawn pretty quickly. I don't know if they're... That's interesting. It's like it triggered his shields or something. I don't know if these are respawning on the 40, they're 45 minutes or an hour. I don't really know. All I know is it's really easy now to come up here and pick up thousands of just about everything. Although the route and the location I'm at for some reason is, I don't know if this is consistent across the entire A row, but it is it's very titanium rich and not necessarily stravidium rich. So I don't think people are up here grabbing all the stravidium. I think this route just seems to have more titanium nodes. I think if I go up here, there might be... It's hard to see in the dark, too. I see a node. Sir Gardens a lot. Nice to see you, man. Sir Gardens a lot. I love that. It reminds me of an old Monty Python reference, but I mean, I know it's a bit of a stretch. Like, Sir not appearing in this film. I think it was in the credits of, or the intro to one of the movies. So, not appearing in this film. Well, if you just joined, you missed. I'm going to go back down in a little bit and do the Guns of Arrakis again. I just came up here to grab a few resources so I can take some stuff back with me. And I'm done doing that. I'm going to go back to the base. We put a little base. Came up here to grab some resources, but also to find out whether the guns were in the deep desert. And I don't hear any guns in the deep desert. I don't see any guns in the deep desert. I'm going to assume for now that this world event is limited to Hagga Basin. I'm not going to go over to like the water shipper's mansion or anything like that and see if it's over there. So I'm just assuming it's over here. Oh, there's... I'm not going to try to get up there. So we have ourselves a nice little base here. I think I'm in... this is actually A2. And you can kind of just run around this whole area and fill up on titanium and stravidium. There's more up there right now. So plastanium is no longer really kind of an issue. And it's interesting, there was an interview that was done during Gamescom, and I'm trying to think of the name of the outfit. I'd never heard of them before. It's like WCCTF something, or they did an interview with Joel Bylos. And he specifically talked about the node blockers. He's talking about the long-term plans and what they want to do for PvP and PvE, end-game content, things like that. And he was talking about how the things they had to do within the first few weeks, which were to address griefing, led to more griefing and node blocking and stuff like that. And so all of this is really just a result of other people's behavior. And had it not happened, they would have left 20 nodes out in the deep desert in the first few rows and not made these changes. But now we have all this, so it's time to make a ridiculous amount of plastanium, I guess, and we'll see how it goes in the future if they back any of this stuff off. Or hard to imagine they're going to claw back any of this and keep even PvE players from making plastanium. It's just, I think suddenly it's no longer going to be a rare resource in the game. Could be wrong. I just think it'd be hard for them to make it difficult to get any of these resources, make them more difficult than they are now. We'll also note that Joel made, I think it was a joke. Unfortunately, the interview that I'm referring to, I don't have the link to it right now, but the interview that I'm referring to is, it was just text, right? So it's like somebody interviewed them and interviewed him, and they just kind of wrote down their interpretation of what was going on, right? Which, you know, could be accurate, might not be accurate, I don't know. Do I have room for stuff here? Let me get this stuff out of the buggy. I certainly don't. I have the wrong ornithopter for taking all this stuff back. So I only have 8 of these. We need to go back to base and let's get rid of these. We'll take a little bit of that. I'll try to even it out. Okay, so I have 159 plus 259 and 500. I got about a 2-to-1 ratio of stravidium to titanium. Let's get out of here. So there's no world event up here in the deep desert unless it's taking place way out there, and maybe we'll find that out. We might go look for some spice later or something like that, but nothing's happening here on row A. Anyway, so in the interview, like, it's a pretty good interview, but you know, I tend to tier and I rank the information that comes from Funcom by quality level, right? So like if it's a developer live stream, actually that would be my second quality. If they publish it on their website like Funcom does, and they say this is our statement and it's up there and it's been there for months, because we have some of those, you know that somebody wrote it, other people reviewed it, they vetted it, they looked at their long-term plans, their historical statements, and they kind of matched them all up, and so it's pretty rock solid, right? You can count on anything that they say there. The dev interviews that they do are great when you can hear the question and then and hear them answer, right? I mean, that's great. The only issue you run into that is that sometimes it is one person's answer, and if it's like Joel or Scott, that's pretty good. Like, I don't know how you argue with that, but it's not really vetted, and they kind of correct each other sometimes, like, oh, it's this, it's that. Sometimes they make little mistakes. Like, I've heard like senior developers, you know, who don't know the number of members in a guild, right? Like, one of the guys did that, right? And he's corrected by the guy next to him. So that happens. It's just kind of real-time live stuff, good quality. But when you get down to like somebody interviewed them off camera and you don't get to see the interview and then they just reported it themselves, I don't have a high degree of confidence in kind of the trade press per se. And so some of the stuff was, you know, they were talking about future plans, and you don't know if the person interviewing them knows the game well, plays the game a lot, is talking clearly about each thing that they heard, and it was all pretty good, I thought, right? They've got all sorts of great plans for the future. But there was one point where Joel jokes about drinking a lot, which is essentially to say that they're still struggling with some people. But I think it was a joke, but you can't tell, right? You know, like, I'm sure he wasn't like trying to, it wasn't a call for help. But it's like, I drink a lot. That's what he said in response to, you know, what kind of problems they've run into. I think they're doing a good job. I'm not complaining about it. I'm not happy that I got stamina depleted and locked into it there just a minute ago. That's kind of silly, but okay, guns. Wait a minute. Does it? Oh no, I hear him. There you go. I see one. Hold on. Yep, that's definitely a gun. Where is it? I don't see a gun, man. Where's the gun? Where's the gun? I hear guns. Wasn't it over here? Can you get shot by these? I need to get my my Mark IV Ornithopter and see if I can get shot by one. I could have sworn there was a gunshot from over here. Okay, I'm going to land and get rid of this stuff. There's definitely one back there. I can see a gun there. I see two guns. Yeah, we'll go clear those in a minute. I'm going to get rid of all this stuff. Get out of here. Need to expand the base too. The base is getting a little cramped. We tried to get a couple of assaults up here at the same time. That wasn't happening easily. We need to move to the large storage. So we are filling up our storage here. Let's do that. You can have this too. I don't want this. I'm going to keep those. None of that stuff. None of that's a problem. I guess I could get some. I need some fuel, don't I? I don't have fuel cells. What are we using fuel cells for? Doing okay on spice. Do we have any spice we can process? No. We process. We don't have a lot. We haven't reached the point. We're probably a couple thousand. We're over 1,000 plastinium at this point in time. And I think at least Ripper and I are both like building tier 6 sets. Henry Carlson says, hold on a second, let me catch up with you here, buddy. 18 days, let me, okay, now this base is completely fueled up. Any MMO that will have a group of players that are committed to cheating or making life miserable for everybody else. Yeah, you can't control everything. And that's actually, you know, that's society too, right? Like, you can only write so many laws, and then you can only enforce so many rules and expectations and things like that. And we operated a complex overlay system, right, of lots of things that could happen. And, you know, they built some things, and they had expectations as to how people would behave, and then they found that some people didn't behave that way. And they took some actions. I will say, though, in that same interview I was talking about, you know, they were very clear about what they consider to be griefing behavior. I mean, they weren't calling it out, going, this is griefing, that's griefing. They've talked about that before. They're like, it's a case-by-case basis. They can't set hard rules because they want to be able to look at it at customer service and say, you're definitely crossed the line. But you know, you can see if you're chasing people back to their bases, if you're, you know, they've said pretty clearly what they think it should be. I'm not going to rehash that. And they just keep, you know, carving people out. You know, and if people are going down that path, that's what's going to happen to them. I think he said he put another, I don't know. He said he put another storage unit up here somewhere, but I don't know where it's at. So we've already taken some stuff out to the deep desert today, or yesterday. So yeah, you're always going to have a group of people. That's the funny thing is, there have been some statements lately that I think are incredibly positive for the purpose of like PvP, like all sorts of cool things that are going to happen in the future, no doubt. You know, and everybody should be. I would hope people are pretty excited about that stuff. Sir Gardens a lot. What is that? What did you just did on stream using that map to go to the other trading? We're going out to the deep desert. Still not quite sure how it works. I tried it once and it was telling me I was running out of water. Did you stop at any of the little water posts? I'll go back out and do that. So there's two little things on your ornithopter. Like the little icon for your ornithopter, I guess is what I should say. Hold on a second. I need to go find some fuel cells. I don't know why we're depleted on fuel cells of all ridiculous things. Like, they're all over the place. So when you're flying, and it could be a bug too, it absolutely could. Like, the world map doesn't have many mechanics to it, right? But you have fuel, and there's these little fuel rocks. If you just land, just stop on them, they'll start to refuel you. And then there's little water repositories that do the same thing. Okay, I gotta back up. I got too close to this. But you have to stop on them and then just hang out. And then it's like around the edge. Hold on, let me make sure I'm aimed. Yeah, this is kind of screwed up. Man, that's not right. Hold on, let me get over here. But you stop on the little island, the water island, or the... Okay, that's working. Great, thank you. Or the fuel island. And so you can actually just wander around the world map for forever, as long as you keep stopping on the little fuel islands and the water islands, and your ship should refuel and get more water. I've never stayed out there long enough. But again, you know, you could always end up with a glitch. Like, there could always be something that gets a little buggy. So far, the world map's been pretty stable, but they're gonna put more things on it, and so it's almost like, I don't know. I don't want to call it like a Jenga stack, if you've seen that game. You know, it's like every time they move one piece, you're like, is something else gonna break? Okay, maybe that's gonna have to be enough. I haven't scanned this area in ages. Maybe I should have gone up here. Fuel cells shouldn't be that hard to find, should they? Oh, there's more right over here. I thought there were a lot more up here. So normally that world map is just you can go from any of the major points to the other major points in one shot without any real problem. Like, yeah, I don't think you shouldn't ever run out of fuel. Like, if you leave Hagga Basin and then you're just going to go over to Arrakis, or you're going to go over to oh man, we have a real problem with. I think it's the Unreal Engine. All the bases that are here get rendered, not necessarily rendered graphically. Like, there's all sorts of information that is in the models for the bases and on the interior items that I think it's an optimization problem for them. That now that it's so built up, it's very choppy sometimes. And I know this, or at least I believe this to be true, because when I'm on the private server and I'm in this exact same location on the map, I don't have the problem because there's nobody else there. It's just oh, there's the storage. That's funny. He was telling me he put an extra storage up here, and I don't know where it's at. It's like right in the middle. Okay, I don't care. I just need to put these. Man, we don't have a lot of room, do we? One of these is going to be empty. We need to put up the large ones. We really do. We need to start putting up the large storage. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Are there... Oh, wait, there's some fuel. I'll take the fuel. That's all I really wanted was fuel, please. There's a lot of work for that. Make some more fuel, man. Yeah, we need to completely revamp our storage here. Just because we have too many items. We're doing on water. Oh, we're good on water. No problems there. We only have 250 liters that we keep around here. Okay, so I need to keep saying I'm going to do this. I'm going to go find my syndicate suit. There's my alarm going off telling me it's time to live stream. We're going to do the Syndicate suit and for the fire retardation, then we're going to go climb on top of ships and we're going to go kill more of these guns and see if we can get... We need to find the vendor too, and I'm going to go over to Pinnacle. One of the... I'm going to go to one of the stations that's up higher in the northern section of the map and see if that's going to fly. And game performance is choppy at the moment. None of that is happening on my... Oh, here we go. Let's see. Syndicate, and yeah, we're gonna keep the boots. I'm gonna wear those boots. Okay, so now I have like all the fire protection that I could possibly want. Guess I should take some water too, shouldn't I? And I'm going to go back up to the eastern shield wall for those guns. Let's drink. Let's fill our containers using the nice new Fill All Containers button, which is fantastic. Just take what you need and move on. Where is my... Yeah, let's do this. We're going to see if we can... We're going to see if we can get shot by one of those things. This is my old ornithopter. Nothing in the inventory. It's all Mark 5, Mark 4. Yep. Let's go see if we can get shot by one of the guns. You can see the smoke trails. Well, they're constant at least. They're not going away, which is nice. Is that a gun up there? I don't know if I can spot them in the distance. Like, it looks like they're shooting over the shield wall, but we know there's nothing out there, so... It looks like a gun over there. Let's just go... We're just gonna go fly in front of the gun. Oh, that's a tower, isn't it? There's a gun. There's a gun. Look, what are they shooting at? Some of them look like they're shooting at the rocks. Like they're not doing anything special. Alright. Oh, hold on. Where's that one? That one's inside a rock? Okay, let's go over here. What is it shooting at? Sorry. I want to know what it's shooting at now. It's just shooting at the rocks. Good job. Alright. Okay, man. I'm in the smoke trail. Whoa! Looks like I got hit. Did I get hit? I took damage. I think so. 43%. Okay, let's do it again. Okay, let me make sure I have that number right. What do I have here? So that's 47, 47. Those are the wings, and 43. Come on, man. Am I in the line? It feels like I got hit. I don't think I took any damage. I got hit. That's kind of fun. It's spinning me around. I'm not taking any damage. That's just from me flying around. Okay, let's just go ahead and we'll clear this one. Are there any enemies? So what's going on here, right? So like we have the little logo. Let's get our shield up. Get a gun on us. Okay, so there's a chest. I have no treasures there. Now, I can guarantee you that earlier today there were supplies in the chest. Okay, that gun's down. I should use that too, just to see if there's anything I can get. So there's no enemies, and there's no treasure around here. Yeah, earlier today, I was able to get at least 1 or 2 CHOAM supplies off of that. So, for whatever that's worth. I don't know what the point of taking those guns out is now. Could be just RNG, right? Let's go find another one. We're gonna knock a couple of them out, and then we're gonna go to Pinnacle or Crossroads. I don't care which one it is. Let's find one that has NPCs on it. I see them. Yep, there's NPCs on this one. So we've already figured out that it will not harm us if we get shot. We don't care about that. My aim is terrible. Is that guy down? He didn't die, did he? Okay, so there's NPCs and they're both down. Getting a Lance Rod task. They don't have any special loot. Okay. Okay, this one has the CHOAM cargo. So it is an RNG. So like some of them have it and some of them don't. Maybe it's NPC driven. But I don't know that I'm getting any rewards for that, right? I mean, I'm clearly like disabling a gun. I assume it gets restored later, but we'll test the theory. I don't really need to worry about being shot. They're everywhere. Holy moly. Guns are all over the place. It is fun to be shot by them, but it doesn't necessarily do anything to you. I don't think it matters. Okay, so this one has no NPCs. Well, at least not yet, so let's go ahead and get a gun out in case they show up. This one has no NPCs, and it has the CHOAM cargo. So you can just go clear these things. I don't know what wiping them out does. Maybe if you wipe them all out, you get something. Or maybe something special happens. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go to the... I got to go to a testing station. I have to find a quest gripper. Were you able to go out and try it right away? Where Garden's a lot? I got to go to the quest gripper. I bet there's a quest that is disabling guns. And I'm just disabling them for free now, and I'm probably I would get credit for it otherwise. Let's go to we've got to find a contract guy. I'll go back out there in a minute and fly around just because I mean I like it. Some people sometimes the world map also falls into that category of, you know, people who find $100 and complain it's not $500. I'm like, it's pretty nice. It's great. It's a great framework for the future as far as I'm concerned. Like the ability to drop things on. When they start adding things to it, at some point in time, the world map is going to have more and more places to go and things to do, and, you know, maybe even reasons to stay out there for some period of time. Oh man, this is so this is like super choppy, right? Why is this super choppy? And it wasn't, we know, during the start of the game, but all these bases are around here now. There's one right there. And from what I understand from Unreal Engine, even if you don't render it, like you only render the stuff that's on the outside, all the stuff that's on the inside that is like movable objects that you could interact with, a bunch of that stuff gets pushed to your client so that it knows it exists and it's running in some way, shape, or form. And I've not seen it. It's not like the... what's weird is it's not like my CPU gets pegged or anything. It's not like maxing out GPU or CPU, but it definitely changes the way it's rendering. Okay, here we are. We have Helicopter Girl. That guy is he's just a house rep. There's a contract board. I've never turned this in. I need to do that, right? What do I have now? I have 10 of these. Who's that guy? Can't talk to that guy. Who's that? Can't talk to him. Let's talk to this guy. He was part of a quest, wasn't he? Yeah, Trip Yates. He's kind of a dork. This is the Chome guy. There you go. So we have the Chome thing. We definitely have a Chome dude. Okay, what's up, man?
I have some exciting possibilities for you.
I wonder if these guys are going to be here forever. That's cool. What do you have for me? What kind of work do you have for me? I have some questions. What do you have for sale? I have questions.
Well, I will do my utmost to give you answers.
Why are you here? Why are you here, man? Do you know who's targeting shipments and haulers? Who's taking out ships? Let's talk. Okay, let's do this.
Chome haulers are being shot out of the sky at startling rates. We have arrived to rectify the situation.
You have arrived to pay other people to rectify the situation, and I might be other people in this category. Do you know who's targeting your ship?
Intel suggests a radicalized group known as the Key Rob are behind this.
Oh, that's why they've got the
They seem
logos.
to be unhappy with the influx of off-worlders.
Okay, so it's the Kirab.
Evidence suggests old Harkonnen turret emplacements have been refurbished and turned against our ships. This has cost Chome millions of Solari.
Okay, I'm with you, man.
As you will. What would you like to discuss?
What sort of work do you have
There
for
are
me?
numerous tasks for which Chome has authorized me to contract and compensate enterprise and free agents.
Oh, I like these. If you need anything recovered, I can help. Let's do that
Our
one.
down ships contain valuable cargo. The reinforced containers should ensure those goods are intact.
All right,
Retrieve and return whatever cargo you can.
we'll do that. What's the source of your problems?
Turret emplacements bombard our ships. Chome will pay a handsome bounty for bringing these weapons
So,
offline
yeah.
by any means you deem necessary.
Anyone you need killed? My favorite kind of quest, right?
Intel suggests a radical group known as the Key Rob are using refurbished Harkonnen weaponry against us. Retaliate in kind, and Chome will repay you.
Nice.
As you will.
What do you have
would
for
like
sale,
to
man?
discuss?
Okay, here we go. This is all they have, but still. This is it's a variant. These are variant. That is a variant. That is a statue, a miniature Harkonnen turret. So these are Harkonnen turrets. And there are 4 variants. So this is 90. We need 90. I assume those are Chome cargo. I don't have enough. So 90 of them. That's pretty cool. I guess the other question is, how long does this thing last? Like, how much time do you have? Or is it going to be here forever? Because I wouldn't mind the variants. I mean, those aren't terrible. That looks fun. Oh, I need 90. I need 125 total for that, too. Okay, fine. What's he going to give me quest-wise? Make them pay, sabotage. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do all that stuff, man. And now we have the hide completed option after the last update, so... Experience and money. Experience and money. Okay, money. How many do I have to have? Doesn't say. Retrieve cargo? Okay. Okay, so I already had some cargo. I don't know if they took it. Kill, cure, sabotage. Okay, I did that. Did you give me the money? You've done well to... Oh, so I got credit for the ones I've already destroyed. Kill 25, cure it. I don't know how many I've killed, but... That's pretty easy. Okay. My, yeah, 9,000. So they gave me the money. They gave me some money and some minor rewards. They didn't take any of the cargo, which is interesting. Because you need to collect it, right? So if I just collect enough of this cargo and wipe out these wipe out the Kirab. Who I think the Kirab are the Kirab. Well, the Kirab are certainly at the gun emplacements, right? But they're primarily vermilious gappers. They are primarily okay. They're primarily vermilious gappers. I did that, and I did that. And I assume the gun emplacements... Let's go over to... I'm still in my crummy... I'm still in my bad opter. That's okay. This is perfect for just bopping around Hagga Basin. I'm gonna knock out these Kirab. I'm gonna go back down to Vermilius, and I think, well, what's all I really need to do is go to one of the testing stations. Man. The performance on this game is just terrible. Is there anybody over there? There's nobody even there. I wonder if they spawn in. Yeah, so I got none of the Chome stuff, right? So I don't even really need to do that. I just need to land at the guns, and I don't even need to destroy them at this point in time. It's not like they're not paying me to destroy guns anymore, you know? I only have one quest, which is to kill Kirab. But we're just going to do that one. And since I'm wearing the Syndicate stuff, let's go ahead and, I mean, I think all the Kirab are going to be over here, right? So, like, I can go to Quarter House. Actually, I could go to the Ironworks, the Quarter House. I might be able to get enough of them just inside this testing station. Yeah, we might do that. I haven't been in there. I haven't been in there in ages, so. Fuel up. That's a lot of... Well, so you go to each one of these guns, and, you know, if there's 10 guns and half of them give you something, you get 20 or 30. Like, it feels like it would take... There's some spice over there. That's about to blow. That hasn't happened yet. There's another ship. I'm wearing my sandy boots. There's 2 ships. The ships are everywhere. Whoa. So choppy. So ridiculously choppy. Okay, so I have sandy boots. Have my my cut array. I do think this is probably like a 2-step process, honestly, because I think they're gonna trigger the worm because I'm here, right? That's so sloppy. Yeah, there's so much fire in here, man. What did I get? So much salvage metal, it's not funny. Oh, very much fire. Yeah, I think very much fire's... Oh, I'm totally on fire. Yeah, I'm very much on fire. Get out. I'm on fire in my ship. Am I on fire in my ship? I can't see. Yeah, like there's fire coming out of my ship. So, I recommend the Syndicate suit. I don't know if it's really necessary. So the other question I have is, so look at, I'm picking up way too much of that, right? So the next question is, are there, hold on, is that worm? Yeah, there's the spice that just popped over there on the side. I don't really care about that. Don't care at all. So the question is, are there more spots on the side of the ship that I can open? Or is that it? Is it just the end of the ship? Oh, he's coming. Hold on. Yeah, I need to figure that out too. Like the other fallen ships, if you empty them out, the ones where you go to 3 sides, like one on top, 2 on the sides, after you empty the ship, the worm essentially comes and wipes it out. Yeah, that's it. So if you empty the ship, it's done, man. Okay, now we know. So it is like, if you hit all 3 sides of the normal fallen ships, that's what you get too. So, fire, you want either you're going to put up with the fire or you're going to have some kind of fire protection, like the Syndicate suit. I'm going to do the outside there. Get that one there. Open them both at the same time. That way you give the other one a little bit of time to stop this one. There was no fire on this one, right? Oh my gosh, really? You gotta be kidding me, man. The Kirib show up out here and they want to fight you. That's kind of cool. You gonna shoot me, man? I mean, I'm cool with that. That's worth knowing, right? So, I mean, not that they're going to be hard to kill, but can I get them killed? Are they going to be like, I'm not really up for the whole shooting them on the sand kind of thing. That's crazy, though. Okay, here comes a worm. Come on, come get him, man. That would wipe me out. Don't tell me that they survived that. No, they did not. Oh, no, they did. That seems patently unfair to me. Like, I don't know. I'm just curious now. What's going on? There's another one landing. There you go. It's gone. And the Kirib didn't make it. So, Kirib coming down, if the Kirib come out and fight you, they will attract a worm. Good to know. So if the Kirib aren't there, you can pull this thing apart, which is kind of cool. Not exactly close, right? I guess I could come out and fight him, couldn't I? Oh, man. Get that stuff out of my inventory. Kill it, bro. I don't want scrap metal. I guess this is why you should bring, like, a low-end cutter, right? Because if you don't... Okay, it's fire. There they are again. Dude, I am definitely not going to fight a melee guy inside that ship while the worm sign's coming, man. Because I put my shield on, too. I don't know, that's not the best tactic. Like, I just come down here and I can get these guys killed, but I don't know how to get... I don't think I can harvest the rest of that. Seems to me like they're all going to get killed soon. Maybe if I land here, I'll finish them off, but I don't, you know, it's not worth going after the 2 Chome resources there. So if you get lucky and you don't get any of those guys that attack you, you could get 4 CHOAM cargo out of 1 fallen ship. Which, you know, it'll take you a while to get 135, undoubtedly. I could, have that on I have that on, that's fine. Come on, guys. Attract the worm. You got it. Yeah, that whole fight there just... I don't know what the solution is other than just let them get killed. Come on, guys. So you have to be able to deal with that that melee guy who will come in and pin you down. I could put rockets on my ornithopter. Yeah, that just took care of it, didn't they? Interesting. So you can pretty easily get 2 of them out of there. Like I could do something like, where's my sword master? Let's put something interesting like, I don't need a collapse grenade. How about crippling strike? That's pretty good melee mitigation for one guy who runs up to me and tries to pin me inside the crate. The fact that you can't put the shield on is kind of not the best either, so let's do that. Let's do this. Last guy. Anything in the crate? Where's the crate? Yeah, so I got nothing from the crate. And it doesn't do me any good. And technically speaking, I want those to shoot things out of the sky, right? I don't think I don't want to get rid of those anymore, do I? Because I want them to shoot ships out of the sky, although who knows? Hey, StarTux, thank you. That's a good good point. It did occur to me. I think maybe, I don't know if I saw that out of the corner of my eye. And I'm going to say I think you're 100% right. For the first thing that they've added in, I'm perfectly happy with it. I mean, you can complain about anything, right? But the for them dropping something like this into the game, like. There's another one that just went. Is somebody out here working them? Somebody else could be working these. So we got worms. From what I can tell, the only side to go in them is the back side, which is fine. I don't know if I need to even open the second one. So maybe because I no shield. Not, come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, let's get inside here. A little bit of radiation. Get the goods. So no CHOAM guys showed up that time, right? Or no, oh, hold on. That guy showed up. Let's get out of here. He's kind of close, too. I should take my 2 and go, huh? Oh, and another one's falling. Yeah. Why bother trying to get all the pieces out of one of them, right? When they just keep falling out of the sky like crazy. How many do I have right now? 20. I don't have enough to get something. I need a few more. And I left that gun firing, so maybe that makes a difference. Maybe it doesn't. Don't know. That one just got eaten. Maybe we should go down to... I wonder if they're in Hagga Basin South. Hold on. Well, I'm not... I need to kill some Curab. Let's do that real quickly. Where was I going? I was going to go into the... I got distracted. These will be here later. So yeah, I think as a first attempt, a dynamic event dropped in. So we found the vendor. So there's a new vendor. Maybe there's more of them. I didn't see a guy at. I didn't see a guy. There's a storm coming. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go in here. We're gonna go ahead and. There's a storm coming up there, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Shield up. Weapon. Cool, man. Take your little 54 Solari. I don't need to hear that. I am going to put... so I'll put my syndicate boots on. I don't care about that. Drop that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't know why I'm carrying that, but that's okay. It's not a terrible thing to have. I can put my scanner up here. I just need some people to shoot. It's been so long since I've been down here, I don't know. So there was a... that way is closed off, it looks like. No, that's the guy, isn't it? This is the way I want to go, isn't it? Yeah, let's do this. I think if these are all Kirib, then I'm going to go ahead and clear this place, because it'll get me everybody I need. Or are they Chome guys? That's a Chome guy. Yeah, they're not Kirib. Are they down here fighting the Kirib? What is... Yeah, there's a couple of Kirib down here, but it's going to be mostly Chome. Yeah, dude. I'm on your side. I guess that doesn't matter. I should go up and do like once the storm passes, I'll go up and I'll just go do like the ironworks. That's a Kirib. No, it's not, is it? I know I can melee this guy, but I don't feel like I'm getting progress. Like, you know, like that little bar's not going up, dude. I don't feel like I'm getting credit for those Kiribs, so I'm gonna have to go find some up top. Maybe they're only the Kiribs that are at the. That wouldn't make any sense. That they would only give you credit for them. Like, yeah, we're gonna have to go up here. That's kind of cool. Look at that. That's crazy. Where's the storm? Oh, it's to the north. I got nothing to worry about. Get me out of here. That's good belt, man. Did the job. Are these guys Kirib up here? I'll take him. Hey, Mark Chapman, how you doing? I found him at the Crossroads Trade Post. Sorry, I just saw your message. He was at the Crossroads Trading Post. He was just kind of standing in the center. He does have a holographic, well, sorry, no, a Solido projection of the Chome emblem next to him. So when you go somewhere and he's there, you should be able to see the emblem. Yeah, okay. I have to go find... I need to go find... how about a... I need to find one of the bases. I thought there was going to be more down there, but I'm wrong. How about the Roost? That sounds like a great place. Oh, there's some guys here. We'll take these guys. Shields up. Okay, I want credit for it. It looks like I got a little bit of credit, maybe? I don't know. That's okay. I'll take it. Ooh, I got some Chome cargo. There you go. I'm not shooting those things down anymore. Hey, well, hey, is there another guy? Do we have another guy? Come on. Yeah, I'm just going to go to a traditional location for the Kira, which is literally any old point of interest. Good to hear, man. My only problem is that the performance of this game in Hagga Basin is not what I would like it to be. And it's been that way for a long time, and I don't think it has anything to do with this little dynamic event. Although I'm sure it adds to it. Okay, that was great. I need to land someplace better. Let's land here. Shield. Pocket the thing. Getting credit. There is someone here. He was wearing me out, isn't he? Let's go stand up here for a second. Yeah, I'm definitely getting credit now, which is good. That's what I wanted. It's all good. Where you at, man? It was just a little slower than I was thinking. Yeah, thanks for the subscription. Big Who Shot Ya. That's a fun name. I like that. Give him my 25 kills, man. Complex machinery? Yeah, I used to come over here for complex machinery all the time. For old time's sake, we'll take it. I did pocket my Thopter, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So I can jump down to that other base. Everybody up here should be a Kira, right? Why is there nobody in this little camp?
Reveal yourself.
Reveal yourself. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Where are you, man? There you go. Is there another one? Is there another one? That's kind of disappointing. Oh, let's see. I just need the 25. Just need the 25. I should have gone to the ironworks in the first place. They are a consistent source of Kira. There's a gun on the ground. They're everywhere. The guns are on the ground. The guns are... Man, the Kira are busy too, aren't they? Like, they're not... It's not like they're just putting down a gun every now and then. Freaking everywhere. Yeah, I see two guys there. Take you. Okay, thank you. We'll take that. Leave the gun intact. Why? That was kind of an odd place to jump in. Do I have enough stamina to do this? No, there's no way I've got enough stamina. I'm gonna fall off. That's fine. I'm so close. I was gonna make it. Fine, be that way. I normally land on top of these things and come from the top, so we'll do that. We're gonna... I don't even remember how to get... Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty easy, right? So these days, the best way to do this is... Yeah, I'm just gonna land right here. Thank you very much. Shield up. Oh, that guy's gonna heal himself, isn't he? Not gonna help. I don't even think that guy's shielded, is he? Try to shoot me with something. Oh, come on. He's gonna hide. They are all susceptible. They're so low level that my tier 5 weapons will just wipe them all out. How do I get down from here? I'm so close. I should just jump to the next, to the other side, shouldn't I? Oh no, there's there might be a couple more of these guys down here, aren't there? Me and my flame retardant, I have flame retardant underwear. Can I shoot them with... Oh, that was so dumb. And now I'm high as a kite, man. Now I'm high as a freaking kite. I didn't mean to take the spice. Now I've got the sparkle face. What's going on, man? Got glowy eyes. Just tripping on these people. Who's down here? Who's left? Who needs to get shot by me? You do, clearly. Whoops. One more. I think spicy time's almost over, isn't it? Oh no, I have plenty of time left. So much spice. Can I jump over there? I don't need to be up top, do I? There you go. There's my 25th kill. Let's get out of here. Because I don't really need anything else that's over here. They all want to fight now. They're all mad that I killed that one friend of theirs. So we get my reward. It's just money. I wish they would give you, like, you know, but you have to do the ships in order to get the rewards. I need 3 more. Let's do these. Yeah. That guy's not going to come over here, is he? Got the crazy eyes. So, only... Oh, holy crap. That's bad. I started falling through. Sorry. I don't like whatever that was. I don't like whatever that was at all. Like, I started slipping through the sand. We're going to find a different ship. I don't like that one in the slightest. I didn't see worm sign, though. Maybe I did. It was very brief, but... Whoosh. Honestly, at that point, I just want to go find more guns. I'm going to take a little break from that. That was a little glitchy. Go back and watch the replay on that one. There's someone here. Got me. Let's have a little drink. Okay, I need 25 because I want to buy something. That's what this is all about. I just want to be able to buy something. That's how you know it all works. Where's the box? Where's the treasure box, man? There it is. So that's 23. And I'm not destroying these because I want them to shoot down ships. I want them to shoot down as many ships as possible. So I'm kind of working for the CHOAM guys, but I'm kind of not working for the CHOAM guys. Because the CHOAM guys have given me conflicting incentives. They have said, we would like you to help them, or help stop shooting our ships down. And we would like you to collect these things, for which I need them to shoot ships down, so... Is there a gun down there? Oh, there's a gun over there. And I wanted to go down to Hagga Basin South. I wanted to see what that was about, too. And see if they were down there, which is that way. So we'll see. It's still firing up. This is where I was earlier. It's only one. Is this the one that got me earlier? I got nothing off this one. No place to put my vehicle. How about there? Let's go to Hagga Basin South. See if this is a localized experience or if it's happening down here too. We should be able to tell, right? We should see guns firing out of the south if they're down there. I don't currently. Yeah, I don't see anything going on down there. That would be fun, though. Like, if you just started the game and you're in Hagga Basin South and you're just kind of working through everything and you're like, oh, what's this crazy BS going on? So right now, like, once you finish Hagga Basin South and you head north, you're going to run straight into this whole crazy Guns of Arrakis thing going on, which is fun. Let's go over towards Anvil. I thought I checked at Anvil earlier and there wasn't a CHOAM vendor, so far it's just been okay, I keep going back to that one. Let's go find some more. Are they over in Hagga Rift? There were definitely guns up north in Eastern Shield Wall, but maybe not. So not the starter area. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go clear this one. Is there anybody at it? Yeah, I see you. No CHOAM sparks, no CHOAM parts. Come on, guys. Help me out. I think I'm like 2 short right now. And I've hit 3 different sites, 2-3 sites and not found any. Hold on. I wonder if wonder if I'll have a hallucination now. Okay, there was a gun. Where's the next gun? Let's go north. There's a little spice over there if you want it. That's Hagga Basin South. There's a ship out there in the desert between here and Hagga Basin South. There's a worm circling the ship. Somehow that doesn't seem like the best one to take out right now. Can I do this one over here? See if I can do this without falling through. Okay, we have a fire. Okay, I'm standing on ground, level ground. Nothing unusual's happening right now. Door opens. Scan this one. Short blast. Short hit. Oh, I missed one. Let's get our sword out. Oh, I only got one. I can't believe you people. You robbed me. Let's take this one. Short hit there. Cut across the top. Switch to our sword. No shield. Okay, we're in radiation territory here. I got 2, so I have 25. I can go turn that in for something. Let's go do that. Let's go find another vendor. I'm gonna go to Pinnacle. I mean, I guess I could go over here, but... So I've been to Anvil. There wasn't anybody at Anvil. Go to Pinnacle. Make sure I've got that on the map. Where is it? Is it right? There you go. So we did that one. That's it. It's pretty far up there. And I have 26 maybe? Should have 26. I can turn those in for something. Oh, I guess I need 20. I need 35 if I want the little statue, but I'm not worried about the statue right now. I'm just going to get a variant on something that... What's that, man? The worms are crazy now. Oh, I guess we could do the guns that are on the way, huh? Is there anybody at this gun? There's nobody at this gun. There's nobody even here. Okay, so there's not even a... Yeah, you can just wander around and farm these things. It just seems like it'll take forever. Like, if you need 135 of them, there's something to do for part of a week, right? Depending on how much time you want to put into it. How about these guys? Anybody over here? Nope, autonomous guns. Can we have these for our bases? That would be great, wouldn't it? So that's 2 in a row with no enemies. Those are on the edge of Hagga, or of Vermilius. Are there any out here? How many do I have now? 2089, 28, yeah. If I could pick up 7 more, I could get the miniature turret decoration for my base. I'm just going to buy a variant of something just to see what it looks like. They're all Chome variants, right? I think that's it. Yeah, StarTux. Yeah, those wrecks are a little... I think they're a little dicey. I mean, people sort them out pretty quickly, right? People almost always figure out quickly how to, what risk there is and isn't. So there's a gun there and a gun here. Are there any enemies? No. These aren't the same ones I just cleared, are they? They all look the same to me. It's driving me a little crazy. Oh, that one's off to the side. It's funny how few of them have enemies on them. Or I wonder if it's because I did the 25. I don't know. Maybe the spawn rate changes once you get your 25. Like that's 4 in a row without any cure up anywhere near the guns. I need to go over there. Maybe he'll give me another. He'll give me another quest. That's pretty good. Up to 30. And you know you can get, it looks like up to 4, or around 4, by doing one of the shipwrecks. If it doesn't spawn Kirub, and if you can get to both of them. Let's go to Pinnacle. Oh, there's another gun on the way. We're going to take all the guns on the way. I'm just going to Pinnacle. Even if they're on the ground, I'll go down and get them. No enemies. Just a chest. One at a time. So I need 4 more, and then I could get the... I will have my choice, let's put it that way. If I get 4 more of the Chome cargoes, I will have my choice. Oh, hold on, this is a guild member's base. Let's go check on it, make sure it's all cool. He's got a no-tax base. I love it. I really, really like this. If I had an extra base to build, I would do it. This is like a no-tax base. It's all on one spot. Let's go take a look. We'll go inside and take a look. He's parked his buggy up on the side. I don't have access to his buggy. No power? Oh no. Maybe he has it turned off. Where's his we need to go check this. Oh, he has 14 days of power. Does he have supplies? I think he just has things turned off. Yeah, it's all turned off. He's using 97 out of a potential. Yeah. So he has a lot of power turned on, but he has nothing turned on. His pentashield was up. Hold on, let me double. Can we do this right? So if we do this, we should be able to tell. Everything's perfect. No, he didn't have a problem. I just, for some reason, when I came in, I saw his buggy parked that way. I thought there was something wrong, but there's not. No, this place is in good shape. But I like it. I love the way it looks. I really do. It's just, it's all very, very vertical. It's decorated. Every level's decorated. Ornithopter landing pad up top, a fly-through. Nice use of the windows. Yeah, I like it. Anyway, let's get back to business. I'm just distracted by this. I should have tried to land inside, shouldn't I? Anyway, it's a nice base. That's a zero tax base. All he has to do is log in and refuel it every now and then. Although, frankly, he's got way more power turned on than he needs. May mention it to him. This little pocket base. Okay, cool, man. Okay, where are the guns? Give me more guns, man. There's my base. Is there a gun up there? You see him fly by, and I'm like, okay, that's one I already cleared that gun. All right. I don't even know what it's shooting. Yeah, actually, Big Who shot you. I think you may be right. So the pentashields, he's got 3 of them in there. So it's 3 for every spot. So that's probably the 90-something. Yep. That's probably at 97. There's something in there that takes a little more, but okay. Well, I was going to try to get more guns. I'm not seeing them. They're shooting at things. Let's just go down here to, this is Pinnacle, not Crossroads. Let's see if there's a vendor at Pinnacle. Because I didn't see one up at at Arrakis. I guess I could have gone to Harkonnen, Harko Village too, but if it's not at Arrakis, I don't expect one at Harko. I don't think there's going to be one there. Okay, that's the Ixel, whatever guy that we bought ice from. That is a House representative. Yep. Ornithopter girl. No, it's so far it's like Crossroads is the only place I've found one. So there's a vendor at Crossroads, which is fine. I mean, you really only need one vendor, you know. This is another kind of ridiculously large base. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with that either. One's enough. This does so. I guess that means this is essentially a Hagga Basin confined event so far, right? And it's just the Chome guys, right? So it's just. Oh, there's an enemy there at least. Where you at, buddy? One more Chome Chome. Oh, it just hit me on the way out. Isn't there another gun just sitting right around the corner here? I saw it as I was flying up. So there's that gun, which hit me as I flew in front of it, which is completely my fault. 32. Now I feel like I need to go get 3 more of them. I'll find them somewhere. How bad are my wings? 40%. I've seen worse. Gonk. Thank you. It says they're in Arrakis and Harko as well. I saw that. Like, I read it this morning, but I just went up and looked, and it's quite possible I walked right past it. I just didn't find it. I went into the bank, and I didn't walk the whole place. But I would have expected the Chome guy to be up there at the freaking bank. I guess the Chome, it's their place, right? And we're supposed to be able to get contracts in the social hubs going forward, so it would be perfect. This would be a great time to add them, right? Yeah, you're right, StarTex. Yeah, that's the thing. You can turn stuff off, but if you're generating the power, you're still spinning the fuel, right? Oh, whoops. I know the other one's there. Where are you, buddy? I guess I should go, if I can't find another gun or 2. Oh, there's 2 more guns right there. Or there's 1 gun I can see. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna get that one. There are guns everywhere. Oh man, they're just everywhere. Got it. Is there one up over the corner or over this edge? Yeah, there's one here. Man, the Kirib have been busy, haven't they? Are there any Kirib here? Or is it just a gun? Just a gun and a loot box. That's terrible. Quite the operation getting all these turrets put up. Nobody noticing. It's funny, they just appeared today too, didn't they? Like a couple hours ago. Where are we at? 35. Okay, now it's time to go to Crossroads. Now we can spend our Chome cargo, or trade it for whatever they want. Pico de Gallo! How you doing? Oh, over on Twitch, Solaris says that I walked right past the frickin' Chome vendor. Where was it? Was it in one of the stations? Was it at Pinnacle? I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, that's not kind of what I had in mind. Just pocket it, please. So this guy right here, right next to the Chome thing, that guy I found earlier, and he was no problem to find.
Ah, I see you've returned. There are numerous tasks for which, as you will. What would you like to discuss?
Hold on. So, make them pay, contact the Chome representative. So I just need to, I should have just done it here, huh? Just contact them. I could have done that anywhere. So they pay me. I gotta make that sometime. I've never made the Cutaway 6. So we've done that. Do we have more contracts now, or are we? Do you have more work for me?
I see you've already completed all your available contracts.
Okay, so that's it. There's 3 contracts.
Very industrious.
Kill 25 Kirib. Shut down some number of guns, and I had already done that when it came up. It just said you did it, and then collect some of the Chome cargo. So now I have. What do I have? Does it show me? I have 35, right? So I could either get the Harkonnen turret statue, which is fun and small. The tech sword. I never... So I'm going to do these last, I think. Like the rifle. Like I use a rifle. I don't use a pistol. I'm not using an SMG that often. But the rifle and a sword, definitely. But if I look at those and I'm like... What am I doing here, right? Like I have no variants. I'm like, I'm just... There's some variant on the sword. On the rifle or on the pistol. Where's my scrubber? Like a variant. I could get a variant for the... I would do a rifle variant, maybe. That's alright. I don't know why these colors... There's already... I have a Chome swatch already. So they're going to give me a Chome variant for the rifle. So maybe the second 25, I'll go do that. But I'm going to go ahead and get the decorative thing. Put it over at the guild base.
Ah, I see you've returned.
Hey, Rob Eagle. Rob asks, where do I turn in the cargo? I'm confused. this is it. So this is the only guy I found so far, although over on Twitch, chat has told me that there's another one. So I am at Crossroads Trade Station in Misa Turil, right? And this guy right here with the big Chome Solido projection right behind him had 3 quests for me, which were all pretty straightforward. I'd kind of done them. 2 of them I'd already done. And then he also has items for sale, and I can turn in these Chome cargo. So I'm going to get the Harkonnen turret statue for 35. That's what I have. And it looks like, if I get another 90, I can pick up the rest of these, which are variants. If you look at them off to the side, it unlocks a variant. So I'll take the Chome Tech Rifle variant, and then I'll probably get the sword next, and then I'll get the rest of these. So I need 55 more of these over time. But for right now, we need to go back and let's go to the guild base and let's build our turret. It's very, very small, I think. I think it's like decorative, like you put it on a table or something. And so you can do the ships. You can go to the ships that are down on the ground. Looks like there is anywhere between... So one of them had 1 in the box. I've always gotten at least 1 in each one of the 2 cargo holds. I really haven't walked all the way around to see if there are more cargo holds. But I only see 2 cargo holds at the back. So I land at the back. When I was cutting both the cargo holds open before going in, so I would just take the outside covers off of both of them, it seemed like I was getting Purubs spawning on me. When I do one at a time, none of them seem to spawn, so it might be that. Nicole Schreider, so this is a higher level player event. I went down to Hagga Basin South, and I didn't see it at all down there, so it's definitely not an entry level event, right? So I don't see anything you can do in Hagga Basin South. Once you get up to East Vermilius and West Vermilius Gap, there are some guns that are available or accessible on the ground. So I think you could do that, but you would have to come up all the way to Crossroads to find the vendor. So I would agree that I think you have to be at a certain level, or at least... So I came up to Crossroads pretty early. Like, if you come all the way... If you get to Hagga Rift, I think my first trip up to Crossroads might have been on a sand bike. Because you can get to it, it's a long trip, and then once you're there, you can use the Ornithopter pilot to come back and forth. So there is probably a way to do some of this. But clearly some of those guns are Ornithopter... They're only accessible with an Ornithopter. So like some of those, a lot of them were high up. So I think it would be challenging to get more than a couple of them done. So maybe there's 4,500 Solari for each of those quests, so it's worth 1,350 and some experience, maybe 450 experience, something like that. But yeah, I would say that this is one of those where you can do more of it. Where is the... Okay, let's go up to the... Let's go up to the pilot's lounge up here. This isn't very well lit. I probably need to address that too, right? So let's go here. We have some new items, furniture. The Harkonnen turret statue, which is that is a ridiculously tiny statue. Okay. I'm just gonna put it up here on this ledge. And I guess I'm going to put a light next to it so that we can actually see it. Can I put the light here? It is kind of dark right now. I'm not saying that's the worst thing, but I will say it is kind of hard to see this. So yeah, it's a tiny... Okay, let's see if I can get the camera angle right. You can kind of see it. Let's get the HUD away from it. Yeah, that's hard to see. That's kind of... It's a tiny little turret. Yeah, so that's what it is. Yeah, I'd like this to be like bigger, like the Shai Hulud statue's pretty good size, right? Like that's like a desk decoration. That's all that is, right? So okay, 35. That's something fun. Maybe it'll worth some. Maybe it'll be worth something in the future. Maybe there'll be more to it in the future, or maybe this is all. This is just their test case, right? Let's put it here. So we'll put it here so it's guarding us while we drink. While we sit here on our little yeah, there's not much to it. That's interesting. Okay. I probably should do this real quickly too. Where's my... I've been wearing this thing down. This is the old Mark IV, Mark V Ornithopter. We're kicking around Hagga Basin. That's good, actually, Star Tux. Yeah. Maybe I could put it on top of the Muad'Dib thing. Do I have... Oh, I don't have that out. I don't even have... Why don't I have Muad'Dib out here, man? What's going on with me? What kind of a pilot's lounge doesn't have our pet? Where's that at? Is that under miscellaneous? No. Ornamental? No. Is it deco? A Kulon statue. I don't even know when I got that. That's kind of cool. Oh, there's Muad'Dib. That's huge. Look at that. That's kind of crazy. Do I have space for this up here? Hold on. We need to move this. I'll move that in a second. Yeah, Rob, if you want this really teeny, tiny little turret, you need 35 Chome. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna put that right there because that makes a lot of sense. So there you go. It's magnetic. It is a magnetic turret as well, it looks like. So it sticks to the side of the I mean, it is. It's like it's big enough that he could man it. Can I we're gonna do this. Can I put it over here? I'm trying to make it turn, but it won't turn. Okay, we're just gonna put it up there. It's Muad'Dib's turret. Where did he go? I can see it a little better there. Oh, that's hold on. You know, it is what it is. I appreciate the fact that they are working on the mechanics of the dynamic content. That's all right. I'm not gonna complain about that. Let's have a drink. Let's check out Muad'Dib. Hey, buddy. So, I've seen your buddies out in the desert. They're wondering where you've been. I think they're narking me out to Shai Hulud. So, like, when I'm collecting spice, I'm pretty sure your little buddies are turning me in. I seem to be having some problems with the worm in the desert. So, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and I'm going to head back out to the deep desert, I think. Okay. I still have that weird visual affectation, like I'm like hallucinating after my spice trip. Or is that just normal for this area? What's going on with it? Let's get rid of this. I gotta go trade this. Oh, hold on. I need to start up some Mustanian processing. I wasn't paying attention to that. 192. We'll take those. Oh. I depleted all my water, didn't it? Yeah, I gotta go pump up some water. I don't think I even have yeah, I don't have enough water to do Stravidium now. That's hold on. Take care of this. Oh, that's crazy. I depleted all the water. Need bodies. Gotta put all that stuff away too. I need to get the water going up here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Salvage metal, welding wire. Oh, hey, no, give me my welding wire back. What was that about, man? Give me my welding wire back. Bandages are fine. I guess I should put the money someplace. Okay. What am I carrying here? Still carrying missiles for some reason. Anyway. Let me line up a little bit of water. Probably need more bodies too, don't I? Yep. Those will take just a minute. Give me a couple of these. You see there's a vendor at Anvil too. I must have walked past him. I don't know why I'm not seeing him. Okay, that one's gonna run. Do you have another one? Oh, it's still manufacturing. Any second now. There you go. Okay, so those two will run for 8 hours. We get a little more power there. I'm going back to Anvil. I want to see that one. I need to go back. I need to go back and get my. I need to get my other ornithopter anyway. Hold on. I guess I'm not going to do that, am I? Let's go ahead and wait out the storm here. I'm not going to race down there. I was going to. I guess I'll just take care of some stuff here. Go ahead and make another 2 of those. Fuel's going to be fine. I probably can't go outside and do anything with those, can I? Is it coming my way, or is it, oh, it is. Yeah, we're definitely going to have a storm. I didn't think we were going to have a storm. So I'll swap to the other one. I'm on my way over to, I'm going that direction. I'm going to stop back in Pinnacle. You think there's one in Pinnacle, too? You tell me it was right there, and I just walked past it.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Where's by the job board? Okay. I'll check. That would be a lot better, because it would be hard to come all the way up here if you were just getting to East Vermilius. Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense for Funcom to do that either, to just have him up here. Like that would be kind of like a cell phone, you know. Does he have the big C next to him, the Chome C, the Salito thing? Okay. We're set. Let's chase the storm. Where's that gun? Those guns, some of those guns are still buried inside rocks. I never found that one that was shooting out of the side of that rock wall. Most of them, though, they're out in the open. I assume they're respawning pretty quickly, too. What do I do? Oh. Inch forward, exit out. Anvil's right over there, right? Yep. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Pinnacle's right here. So is there one at every trade base? That would be ideal, wouldn't it? I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go back and look near the contract board. I may have actually looked at the contract board. Yeah, I have 9 of 10 vehicles now, which is kind of terrible. Okay. So there's this guy who's near the contract board here. So there's nothing at the contract board. Guy or gal?
Business with me or house, sir? I have no time for.
That's House Sar. That is House Sar. That is the ornithopter lady who talks through a tin can.
Can I fly you somewhere today?
Yeah, she talks like she's in a tin can. This is... Who is this guy?
Still hanging around, are you?
Glus Bohanen! Okay, he's not... That's the vendor. None of these people will talk to you. That guy doesn't talk. They have nothing to say. That is the... That's the dude we bought the Toluxu trader that we bought eyes. That is the... He's an early trainer, right? So there's nobody at Pinnacle. I don't see anybody here. He's behind me? Yeah. So that's the regular vendor, right?
Still alive, are you?
I'm here to trade, right? And this guy is a house representative. So, contract board and a house representative. I don't see him. Maybe they're level specific. Maybe depending on your level, they are where you need them to be. Which would be kind of interesting. It's possible, but I don't see the guy in there. I honestly don't. And I'm level 185. I mean, I don't know any other way to test it other than if I was on a lower level character. I'll go down to Anvil too. So definitely I can find one at Crossroads. Yeah. What level are you? I'm curious if that's the difference. I can't imagine they'd make it random. You can see it on my screen. He's either there or not there. I don't see him. I don't see the big Chome thing either. I see the house reps. No, I'm going too slow. Yeah, you're close on 175, 185, that's the same as far as I'm concerned. I don't know why that'd be any different. I mean, it's not a big deal. As long as you get one and you can find them, it's good. Yeah, they must make it level dependent, which is actually all right, right? So that means in the future, they can give us content that is appropriate for our level. Certainly, you don't want the vendor for an event like this, for somebody who's level 37 to be up at Crossroads, right? You want them to be where they can reach them. Well, that was a massive, crazy base over there. Look at that thing. Oh, man. That is fascinating. I don't know why. I don't know why you'd build a base that big over here. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, the resources, I mean, what do you have? You've got, like, iron here. So I'm betting if I go in here, and Nicole's going to tell me it's, like, someplace super obvious, but this is the first place I came in. So that is, she's a house rep.
I presume you have some business with me or House Seda.
Okay, so we come around here, right? Oh, you're just some rando. There's a vendor. That's House Seda. There's the contract board. Nobody here. Nobody inside. Ornithopter lady. This guy is part of an earlier quest. Yeah, the Mobula gang member. None of these people talk to you, so like I don't think he's here. I think it's level specific, I'm gonna say.
Change of heart? Realize the inevitable?
No, I don't think so, buddy. Can't talk to the donkey. None of these people. Yeah, I think it's level specific. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah. He's got nothing to say either, so. That's interesting. So that's what they're doing, probably. Although I don't know why the one's not in Arrakeen. Like, you think there'd be one in Arrakeen, too. In Harko Village. But that one would have been easy for me to overlook, too, because I just kind of ran through and checked a couple of spots, but that's kind of wild. Maybe it's completely random. Boston Body Cam says he's level 150 and he's got one at Anvil. Not me. Maybe it's the first one you walk into after you complete a ship, raid a ship or something like that. Could be. Could be like wherever you walk in, that's what you get. On fire, man. Come on. Interesting. Lots of fire. Only got one. Ooh, so much fire. I am completely on fire there. I forgot about the drum sand entirely. Like, that's probably not the best place to be doing that either, is it? certainly don't want to do it on quicksand, which is right there behind you. It's great. That one was pretty quick. Still no worm sign. Well, some of these aren't so bad. I still, yeah, I'm not sure I want to come up here on a bike, huh? Okay, I can hear them. They're coming after me. I'm on fire, man. Yeah, that fire would have been pretty bad. Think about the fire and the damage from those guys. Definitely some heat. Come on, guys. Come get him. Come get him, Mr. Worm. These guys right here, they're just standing there on the ground. They want to fight. Come on, man. There we go. Let's get him. Technically, am I griefing the Kirab now? Could be. You have two, Boston. You were clearly favored by Shai Hulud. Come on, come get him. Well, I only got two out of here, didn't I? Like, I mean, I have one from another one. I got a ridiculous amount of, like, scrap metal. See, this is where I want to put... I have rockets. I need to put rockets on my ornithopter. There he is. Come get him, guy. Come on, that should get him. There you go. Okay. Our work is done here. They paid the price for attacking me. I don't even know where my rockets are. But I do feel like I should use them, right? I'm not using any storage space, so... So let's see if we can trigger the, Yeah, we're gonna do that, because that'll be fun. I could have done that for the 25 Kirab kills, but... I need to heal, too. I definitely took some damage off the heat. Little, you know, maybe off those guys shooting me, too, but... I don't know why I'm collecting scrap metal. Or salvage metal. Okay, so the salvage metal's gone. Let's go ahead and heal up while I walk. See if I can find my... Do I have rockets I can install on one of these things? I do. I have a rocket launcher. I actually have some rockets too. Oh, these things weigh a ridiculous amount these days. I don't need many of them. I'm not going to the deep desert. I'm not picking a fight. I mean, I guess I'm picking a fight, but can have that. this. It's like squatting down. Match those. Not thrusters, rocket launchers. We'll take those. Let's customize them. They have to match. Everything has to match. Oh, actually, I've been applying the Harkonnen, the House Harkonnen, primarily because my, oh, I'm not even wearing that gear. Do I have a heavy armor swatch? Or a light armor swatch? Oh, I have the Nova Brunes. So I'm using Nova Brunes. So Nova Brunes and Mutelli on the heavy side do match the Harkonnen stuff a little bit. I'm not trying to be Harkonnen, but whatever. So how does this work? So I have... do that too, right? I would feel better about hitting one of those ships if it was daytime again. My welding torch is about to break. Okay, we'll see if we can fix that. Not that I don't have like a million more. This thing's probably like wrecked, isn't it? Yeah, this is kind of a garbage torch anyway. Do I have a better one? Anything would be better than this one, wouldn't it? That one looks better. Let's scrap this one. Suspensor belt, welding torch, my cut array. I haven't been picking up new... I need to go down there and see if I can get another cut array. Where's the water? Water, water, water. Okay, we're set. Okay, I didn't manage to actually get the repairs done. This is messed up. Come on. Okay. Stop that. Okay, that's really inappropriate. Okay, so this is opening my inventory. There you go. Gosh, I was just trying to get to the rockets. Can I take those back out? I can. Can I just put like a handful of them in? I can. That's fine. Well, that was more trouble than it was worth. I think it's daytime again, so... So I have, okay, I've got that on me. That's not a problem. In case I get killed by the worm, we'll have that on me. I would hate to lose my my rocket launcher if something dramatic happened. There's so many missiles and so many ships coming out of the sky. It's not funny. So I know I cleared this one earlier. There's an NPC over there, right? I missed him. How quickly do these respawn? It was pretty fast. I don't think it was that long ago, was it? Maybe they've got a faster respawn. I'm gonna have to pick one of them and try it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to pick one and try to respawn it more quickly than the others to find out. Well, I was gonna drop to the sand. That's always kind of fun. I was gonna drop to the sand and use a rocket launcher on them, but I never use the rockets on the scout because I don't take them. I'm always farming. I've never gone out with a group where I needed to use the rockets on anything. Or I should say that, like, when I do go out, we're just kind of trading whoever's on watch, flying overhead. We're not really doing anything. Okay, how about this one over here? Oh, this is an interesting base. Man, it's so choppy. This is the one that's like half buried. What is that about? What zone am I in? Doesn't make any sense. I don't like that one. It looks like half buried. The one that I hit earlier that was like that was the one that I was sinking into the ground on. Yeah, how about this one? We know it's brand new. And I'm pretty sure I have cleared this one before. This might have been one of them where I actually got a bunch of cure up that came after me too. So let's just land, and I'm going to open both doors at once. Because that may or may not be a trigger. It might not be at all. It might just be what I thought it was earlier, right? Okay, so we're on the ground. That one's open. We're gonna get our sword out. Oh, I got 2 out of that. That was pretty good. Let's get this one right here. Sword out. Oh, you know what? Holy cow. Okay. Oh man, that's quite the zigzag pattern. Okay, I hear them. They're out there, aren't they? Oh yeah, there we go. This is what I want, man. Come on. Okay, I don't even know how to aim this thing right now, right? How far do I have to get away? Go really far back. There you go. That guy's down. I got him too, didn't I? Is there one guy left in the sand? Okay. That was fun. I mean, it was worth it. Man, the worms are everywhere. You clear those things out, they come after it. What did I get? I got like, yeah, I got quite a few out of it. That wasn't bad at all. No complaints from me. The worms are everywhere. What happens if I just, Oh, that one's gone too. Man, that's 3 of them in a row. Bam, bam, bam. I need to find a gun that has, feels like that should destroy the gun too, but I guess it doesn't. Am I out? Oh, I'm out. I've used all 25. I think I have to land in order to reload, don't I? No, I don't. Okay. Yeah, I don't use them that much. Where's the worm coming? What was that worm sign for? Like, I'm just kind of chilling over the sand, man. Okay, well, I mean, that was a fair experiment as far as I'm concerned. He's just mad because I was hovering. That's all. It's funny. Oh man, that is just like... the whole thing is just dying. I don't even see any guys here. Oh, there's a guy right there. What a great aim. There you go, I overheated. Did that have an actual effect on me? I'm just burning rockets up for no reason. Hold on. If I've ever known a group of people who deserve to be shot at these guys. Are there, no, that's just an ornithopter by itself. That's not like up north where you get like several of them. Yeah, I used them all up. Okay, cool. Well, that was a fine experiment. Worked just as I had hoped. I'm not going to collect another 20, 30 of these things. That just seems like grinding them. Let's get back to base. I'm going to take the rocket launchers off the ornithopter before I take it to the deep desert. I haven't checked the Landsrat in a while to see if there's anything interesting going on there. So that's, you know, that's fine. You know, it's certainly not the kind of thing you're like, oh, they dropped it, I should, you know, not the way I just did it. Like, I'm just going to do this for hours on end. Like, it's going to get repetitive, but it's actually not a bad thing to just kind of put in the rotation, right, while you're doing other stuff. It's like if you're in the deep desert, like you go get some spice for a while, and then you do some plastinium for a while, and, you know, hunt some treasure for a while, do a testing station, just, you know, something to put in the rotation. That would be the way I would treat it going forward. And you know, if they just keep adding things like that in, you know, you just, maybe that's one of those events that pops up every week or every other week or every couple weeks or something like that. And just go do something with it for a while. Oh, actually, let's repair that, and then we'll take it off. Storage, please. Do I have any rockets left? I do. I've got a bunch of rockets in here for no good reason. Get those there. I guess I'll carry those around with me. Light darts and Solari. I don't care about the missiles. Oh, actually, I do want some of those missiles. Those are for me. Those are for the shoulder launched one. Light darts. I don't really need many light darts. The thrusters are worth keeping around. I don't give myself a lot of room for this stuff. Nicole, are you on Sandbike? Is that what's going on? Because we were talking about that earlier. Like, this might be difficult to do on a Sandbike or a buggy. Because they seem aggressive. They're like, you know, they're fast. Like, you just land and start doing stuff, and I thought they were showing up pretty quickly in general. If you show up on a ground vehicle, maybe it's probably possible, but they might be difficult. You know, they might have made it. It might be more challenging than otherwise than other options are. That's a lot of, that's interesting. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. So fuel's good here. I don't need to worry about that. Am I using these? Okay, those are all turned off. Those are all like backup power. I can't even get to that one over here, can I? I would have to take stuff apart. No, I can get to it. There's nothing going on here. I think this base is all... Yeah, it's all wind power at this point in time, so. Can I go ahead and make a, no, that's not what I want. I need to put a turret up here, you know, since I have one. It's under furniture. Harkonnen bookshelf. Chome bookshelf. Harkonnen wall partition. It's interesting. There you go. So now I have one here too. Yeah, that's wild. I really am not, I'm not one of those people that can, you know, that says, oh, I've figured out the worms and every move they ever make. I quite frankly find them to be inconsistent in many ways, right? You know, maybe some people have got it dialed in a little better, but for me, I find them to be quite inconsistent, and they don't do what I usually think they should do. I need to take that up these. I need to take the assault out to the deep desert to get materials. Is there anything in inventory? No. Is the fuel okay? I don't know why I didn't repair it the last time I used it. You're supposed to do, isn't it? You're supposed to actually take care of your aircraft and do your maintenance right away. That makes sense, Boston. Red means bad. Red that doesn't go away. Very bad. Okay. 201. Let's get some more well, I didn't need 4 of them, but that's fine. Pick it up. Don't just leave it there. Put the excess in the box. So I got some Chome parts. It's kind of interesting. Do I not have any more? I don't have heavy darts. I have so many light darts. I don't even know. Can you recycle light darts? Those are good. Those are good. I haven't done any like exploration of the deep desert at this point because it's not. I haven't gone out there. I think my new strategy going forward is like each week I'm going to put that base in row A, and then I'm going to wait a day or two and check the websites, like the online maps, and then pick a location on row D or E. Because it's just not urgent. Like, I spent weeks where I would get up really early on a Tuesday morning and fly out to row E and explore it all and try to find the perfect spot. And in many cases, that was in order to get access to a titanium or a stravidium node or two of them. Like one week, I went out and put a base out, and another guild member put a base right next to it, so we had both of them for the week. They were not trapped. We didn't cover them, but anybody who wanted to when we weren't there could go by and grab them. But if we were there, we would grab them too. But that's not necessary anymore. So now it's like, the race for Tuesday morning doesn't seem as urgent to me. I think there's still, I'm not drawn to the large spice rings or Titanium Island because there are Titanium Island's irrelevant now. I don't even know why anybody would PvP over it at this point in time. The testing stations, shipwrecks, maybe? I just saw your comment, Boston. It's not good when the scale goes from bad to very bad. No. That is not the window we want. I think I made this landing bay big enough for the assault. Although I will note, if there's a server problem coming up to the end of the week, it can get a little dicey when you've got ornithopters and buggies, and the more equipment you bring out. On my private server game, I had a buggy out there, and the entire battle group or world went down for like half a day on Sunday, and so you couldn't get in and pull your base back, and so we were just kind of nervously waiting for it to come back so you can take it apart before the storm. They got it back in time. It worked out. This is a very popular little plateau over here. They got a nice big base. I think they've got a carrier in there, don't they? So yeah, this is where we are. Nothing spectacular, just a little spot in the desert. I think I have to park sideways, or I have to park diagonal if I want most of it to be inside. Although I don't think it, doesn't matter. Can I drive out? I might be trapped. Or not. Can I drive back in? Okay, that's a little weird from a camera clip or like clipping thing, but it's not terrible. I'm kind of pinned in. Where were the storage boxes? Yeah, I need to make this bigger. It's not like I'm running out of space or anything. Yeah, so you can't put much. I think we're okay on Stravidium. Maybe. Leave a little titanium out here. Yeah, we need to bring out, we need to put a much larger storage unit out here. Okay, so there's 800, what is that? That's 450. That'll all fit in another. That will all fit in another load. Hold on. Easily. I'll fit another load out here. Yeah, StarTux. I think it definitely changed things. I mean, it you know, spice is still spice. Although, I keep saying this because I get hung up on this. Maybe I get hung up on too much, or maybe I'm exactly right. Don't know. Maybe I'm somewhere in the middle. Every time I read what the Funcom, what Joel Bylos and Scott Jr. and Funcom people say, they are very specific about fighting over spice. And they get specific about large spice rings and things like that. So, like, maybe they've shifted over time where they were like, oh, there's going to be fights over lots of things. But they seem to be, over time, kind of zooming in on just that. So, like, titanium and stravidium being kind of off the table as, like, scarce resources now seems consistent to me with what they've been saying for many, many months. Because they're very focused on spice. Big spice, 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 spice. But they stopped in some cases, and they've been very specific about large spice blooms being the focal point and not the mediums and smalls. Clearly, like, there's mediums now in row E and D, I think. They go pretty quickly. Like, when they pop, people are all over them. But that's okay. Like, you know, they're there. And, you know, I've worked medium spice blooms that are out in those rows with a couple other people. It's not a big deal. But I still go out into the top rows if I want any real volume, right? You just have to find ways to go about doing that where you're not drawing a lot of attention. So, yeah, they're shifting things over time, but I'm very anxious. I want to see when they put dueling and the faction stuff. It'd be cool if they put some stuff off of the world map for PvP and PvE. The sky's the limit. They can do anything they want, you know, their game. But they're talking about doing the right things. You know, I don't have any complaints about that. It's just going to be a matter of, like, when they can get it done. Did they change something with the stravidium and titanium? I thought the first time I went to the DD I didn't see almost any now, and I just go to row A and fill up so easily. Yeah, Boston, when you first came out here, there was none in row A. There was none in row A. So what was the evolution? So the evolution goes like this. The game starts up. We're in technically we're on the week 13 map. Although the first week, because it was June 5th, was a Thursday, that week didn't last very long. It was like a partial week. Week 1 was like June 5th, Thursday, up till Tuesday, or Monday. So we're on the week 13 map, but the first few, like, it was the first couple of weeks, as people were starting to get out into the deep desert, row A was the only PvE zone. There was no stravidium or titanium on row A. And everything north was full PvP, so they just kind of had their normal distribution. But Titanium Island and the Stravidium Islands were a big deal. Like, if you went there, that was a fighting focal point, a PvP focal point. That was the intention, right? And then they did that massive shift where they, you know, half of the deep desert up through half of E became PvE, right? And I don't remember if at that moment they put the titanium stravidium nodes out in there, because we ended up with about 20 stravidium and titanium nodes, right? That were in that section below the halfway mark in E. And then people started capping them. They're like putting little bases all over them, right? And so you couldn't actually get them. So their intention, Funcom's intention, was to make those available for PvE players, but as they said, it'll be slow, it'll be grindy, it'll take you more time. If you want the good stuff, go north, right? If you want lots of it, go north. And then spice was pretty, you know, they keep playing with the amount of spice down there, but I don't think there were ever mediums below that line until recently, right? And then the most recent change, just like in the last week or so, boom, you know, there's titanium and stravidium everywhere below there. And there's tons of it out there in the rows, in, you know, B, C, D, and E. There's still a ton of it out there too. So you could get it, like, you could always get it. But I think that's a response. Like I said, like, I think that's a response. Like, if people had left the titanium stravidium nodes alone and just farmed them in the PvE sections, they probably wouldn't have done this. But they said recently at the Gamescom interview that Joel Bylos gave that he specifically talked about people blocking resource nodes in the PvE area. So they just keep reacting. Like, every time somebody does that kind of thing, they just react and they make it so that PvE players can get what they need and keep progressing, while they're in parallel trying to build more PvP and PvE content as kind of like additional content for people. So, you know, maybe 3 months from now, they talked about reverting the. I don't want to use the word reverting. They talked about pushing the deep desert back to their original intention, which is, I got to be honest, I still don't think it's going to be the equivalent of Eve or you know, like it's not intended to be a free for all null sec kind of, you know, deep desert. The original intention has always been, as they stated, people fighting over specific areas. They want to draw people to those areas for PvP. PvP is supposed to be intentional, like consent based. Like if you want to do it, you do it. But they just don't have the controls in place. That's my intention, right? But again, that's why I keep watching them. Like they talk about PvP over big spice blooms. They said explicitly the shipwrecks, the large spice blooms will always be PvP, and they said that at a time when they had just cut the desert in half. And I'm like, well, why didn't they just say everything above E will always be PvP? And like, I think there's, and I don't mean this in a bad way, I think they're stringing people along because they want people to stick around while they try to get this the way they want it, but they can't do it fast enough. That's it. They can't do it fast enough for the PvP players. They can't do it fast enough for the PvE players. I don't think they're worried about that little middle slice in between that are ganking and griefing people. I think they see them as a problem. They keep patching them out. Like the ornithopter bumping thing, where now they recoil off each other, was a patch because people were griefing people with ornithopters. They were forcing carriers to the ground. They were pinning people to the ground and thumpering them. So like they keep patching that kind of stuff. But even like last week, some guy, I'm just out there treasure hunting in like row D. I'm just picking up Opifire gems for the Landsrad. And some guy flies in and tries to like, he wants to play bumper thopters. I'm like, what gives? It doesn't even work anymore. And there's still people doing that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I think that makes a big difference. They want everyone. That's the thing, is that they want everyone to play. That's my impression, right? They're just, and you could look at it and go, and I don't look at it and say, oh, it's corporate greed. I'm like, no, they want as many players as they can get in the game to stay in the game. I believe they have a very robust. Oh, this thing's full. I forgot. No, what's going on here? Why was that my inventory? Why did I get a 175? I don't know what that's about. Like, they want as many players as they can get to stay, right? They're okay pushing out the people who are just like griefing people. They don't want that. They never wanted that. They've talked about that for 2 years. But, you know, they couldn't quite implement what they wanted to implement. That 175 made me nervous. That's just my inventory. I don't care about that. I don't really need to be... How much do I need? I need at least 500 more volume to fill up a second load. And I think they have a very potentially incredible vision for PvP, and you can see it. There are some videos out there of some just incredible battles, you know, large guild versus large guild over spice and things like that. But I don't think their intention was, once you escape with your carrier full of spice, that you get chased all the way back to your base and, you know, a swarm of ornithopters or scouts drive you to the ground and thumper you. Like, that's why they fixed that, because that was never their intention. Like, even if you're in the PvP zone, it is not their intention that that's supposed to happen. You know, you're chased back to your base. That's just people, you know. That is some behavior that I would say is on the antisocial disorder spectrum. Somewhere, you know, I don't know how you want to call it. I don't, you know, it exists everywhere. Oh, Henry was mentioning that really early in the stream. He's like, there's always going to be a group of people like that. And there are games out there where that specific behavior is exactly what they want in the game. It's not Dune Awakening. I'm convinced of it, right? Yeah, Boston. I'm kind of there too. Like I have lots of recipes for T6 stuff, and I'm not in a hurry. I'm just, you know, I'm making it. I'm making sure that other people in the guild are getting some resources so they can build, you know, like the T6 stuff that they want to build, you know, vehicles and then gear, and I'm cool with all that. I'm getting a lot of play out of this game. That's what I would say. My total hours are kind of high right now. Like I have 600 hours. Well, I always say that Steam counts hours, you know, like even if you're like processing materials and like if you go AFK or something, Steam's still counting hours. But I think Steam says I have 600 hours in this playthrough right here, this character on this server. And I have a private server game, which is well over 200 hours. That character's in the deep desert there too, so. The only thing I worry about, the only thing that makes me want to progress slightly faster is Funcom's schedule, right? So they say next month, September 10th, we're going to get some nice updates. They did not say, and we're going to drop T6, or T7, sorry. They didn't say, and the T7 stuff's coming. If that shows up mid-year, or, you know, like 3 months into next year, and everybody has been, you know, kind of grinding their T6 stuff, and they've had time to, you know, get recipes and blueprints and build material, that's perfect timing as far as I'm concerned. Hey, X-Eagle1. Growing up with Dune 2 and Dune 2000, and the Dune I always wanted. Yeah, I think their execution's pretty good, but it's not, I mean, nobody's perfect. Big software projects are difficult. Period. Big software projects are iterative. We talked about this like on another stream, like from a development perspective, from an agile development perspective, you know, you build something that works to your, and I'm not going to say minimum viable product, although that's a popular term. They're way past that, way past that. The minimum viable product was probably their first beta a year or 2 years ago, right? But so they're iterating, right? And it's, and that process is, that's why they have product managers, that's why they have project managers, senior devs, all their creative people. They get together and they look at what's working, what's not working, and they look at what they can change and what they can't change, and then they make changes. They're not insanely, you know, committed to anything crazy. They're trying to make this game as popular as possible. I still believe, I can't imagine why this would be any different. The people who do this want to be able to do this as their entire career and have fun and, you know, really bring joy to the people who like these kinds of games. But they definitely have some friction points in this one where people are just stomping on people. There's some stuff. I haven't played an MMO in a long time, since Warcraft, and I just really wasn't expecting or used to some of the things I've seen people say, but I read the forums, I watch Reddit, I watch Facebook groups and all that, and there are some people out there, they're on the fringe, they don't think they're on the fringe, they think other people are here for them, and, you know, even today, there were people making some I think they're bizarre arguments. I'm like, things that you would never say anyplace else in society about anybody else's participation in anything. Like, it's just, yet somehow they're like, this is, you know, they want to ridicule people who came here to play a game a certain way. I still continue to say, like, I get what I need in the game. I don't think I'm missing things. It is slow. It's exactly as the developers told me. They're like, some of that might be a little grindy. I'm like, okay, that's what I signed up for. I am a survival crafting RPG player. I'll play a game that I have played all the way through to the end multiple times with a different character. I'm an old school, I mean old school Dungeons and Dragons, like, you know, where groups of people used to sit around a table and essentially invent the entire, you know, the game in your own mind with other people around you. I don't have a problem coming back and just kind of going, oh, I'm going to play a hardcore Bene Gesserit this time. That's all I'm going to do. Or, you know, I'll have all the skills, but I'll lean this way. I'll get all I want out of the game. I'm not worried about that. And I think people should, you know, personally, I think that's a fine way to play. But I'll also freely admit I don't understand people who just go to the deep desert and fight the same 10 people every week or every day. I listen to the chats and I'm just, none of that means anything to me. It's not, doesn't sound like fun to me. And that's even after I ignored the infantile stuff. I shouldn't say the juvenile stuff, right? You know, there's some stuff that's just silly. Like our deep desert at points in time was strangely obsessed with what I would consider to be weird drug practices and jokes about it. You know, just a lot of that reminds me of early school days. And it was funny to me when I was a certain age. It's not that's not where I'm at now, so I try not to judge people too much, but I can relate to a lot, even if I don't participate in it. I just don't need to be dragged into it. Oh yeah, my first D&D didn't have the word advanced in front of it. My first copy of Dungeons & Dragons was actually a photocopied version of the original rule book that had, and my version had traveled the oceans on a U.S. Navy submarine. It was given to me by an older relative who, once he left the service, or actually he just came back off of one of his tours, that used to play it. So that was a long time ago. I still have my original dice, which is crazy. I don't play as much anymore, although my kids all played. Occasionally got involved in that, but that was the original thing. That's for me why, you know, RP stuff is not a big deal. You know, like I don't have any problem. And if a developer doesn't fully flesh out every aspect of a game, I don't have any problem filling in the details. Not at all. I don't even think twice about it. I'm like, okay, that's for me. I figured that part out myself. That's the part I figure out for myself. Okay, so I have more than enough of this up here to make a trip or two, and my biggest problem, of course, is going to be water back in Hagga Basin. I really need to build bigger water supplies back there. This is full, isn't it? I should have checked, shouldn't I? Yeah, that's max capacity. I'm not, hold on, I'm not full of, I can carry at least 100 or something, can't I? Hold on, I gotta stick my nose back in here. I probably have a lot of titanium. I should take just whatever I can carry and, yep, that'll do. I'll take that. And that's what I think is, I mean, that's the source of what I think is most of the friction here is, and they've talked about that too. Like Funcom's talked about it. They're like, I don't know how I don't remember their exact language, but it's like, we have attracted different demographics is what they said. And I don't think what they really meant was demographics. What they meant is players with different expectations, which is fine. That's close enough, right? They attracted some players who brought with them expectations, in my mind, of other games, which, you know, this is not Rust. I don't think this was ever intended to be Rust. And Joel and Scott were pretty clear up front when they said, you know, we don't want people destroying each other's stuff or bases so much, even though they left in the ability in the deep desert to, you know, you can destroy bases. It's there, but they said our intention is to draw people into these big fights over spice. There you go. That's good. I like that, Nicole. Hold on. I'm about to overheat my thopter by reading. When we stopped playing Warcraft, we started a D&D game with our guild masters and their son. Yeah. Oh, I'll say, back in the day when I was in Warcraft, we were in a guild and we were raiding. This was like Burning Crusade and whatever expansion came after that. Our entire guild was full of couples and their kids, honestly. Our kids played. We all played here. Like at one point in time, like my Warcraft bill was ridiculous on an annual basis. Like it was 4 accounts all year for years. But we had a lot of fun, you know. But you know, Warcraft fills in a lot of the details for you, right? There's not. I mean, there's not as much to fill in yourself there, but. I've been Warcraft 3 for years now. Try not to go back. Even I did watch the trailer the other day. It was pretty cool. Oh yeah, I think for me it was my first real online co-op experience, I guess is the way I would look at it, right? And I did battlegrounds and stuff like that. I would go grind PvP in Warcraft all the time for rewards and loot and gear, and you know, I don't even remember what it came with it, but mounts. But I think ultimately once they there was a middle ground there. I always want to kill those guys next to the Broken Thopter. There was a middle ground there, a middle period in there where the guild and the group finders I think were working just fine, and I remember it was pretty easy to jump in and find people even when you weren't running with your guild. It worked really well. Dune doesn't have any of that right now, the grouping stuff. That's I don't know how well that stuff would work, but they don't seem to have much of anything in that area right now. Maybe they'll add more in the future. Maybe they'll do a better job on that one. He added a storage box down here. But there was a point in time, but I think, honestly, the human race is a cooperative game. That's what we're doing here. Humanity is a co-op game. That's what I would say. There's always people who really want to PvP pretty hard, but I still, I think humanity is largely a co-op game. The human race is co-op. Some people would disagree. I don't care. There's a place for it, but in in normal society we have lots of PvP, and people love competition. What they want is fair competition. They like to see, it's why boxing. That's why we have so many Olympic sports that are combat sports, even, and certainly boxing, and even MMA. Those are all ranked and stacked and arranged and somewhat controlled. There's a reason they don't make hundreds of millions of dollars setting up basketball games between the NBA teams and high school teams. Is because that's not competition anybody wants to be involved in or see. Because you know the outcome, right? Ultimately, competition, PvP in real life or in games, is best when every player involved is there deliberately and they think that there's a chance that they can win. If the outcome is known in advance because somebody has a dramatic advantage, either in numbers or technology, gear, that kind of stuff, or if they're just being ambushed. That's the problem Dune has. There's too many people that are like just ganking farmers. That's not PvP. And people don't want to participate in it because there's no chance that they're going to survive it. Well, I mean, there's a chance. I always enjoy those conversations where somebody explains, like, well, if you only did these 10 things in order, you'd be fine. And I'm like, yeah, none of those people are making that. They're not going to make that leap on the progression. But I think Funcom's addressing that too. They have spoken deliberately about making sure there is a clear path of progression. That will make PvP better. If there's a clear path of progression where people can get gear, they can kind of move up. The problem you had was people were coming up like at this level and ending up in competition, if you want to call it competition. They were ending up being attacked or in fights with people that are at that level and had been there for quite a while, which is crazy. I mean, it's still going on in some cases, but I think there's less of it. Yeah, some servers. Yeah, well, some servers did that, and some servers evolved to the point where some like large guilds were dealing with people who were chasing after people, solos. I never bought into the excuses like, oh, they were just bored and therefore and none of that's justified. It's like I said, it all fits on like an antisocial disorder spectrum somewhere. You don't have to be diagnosed either. It's just that's the nature of the behavior. Impulse control. I saw a guy the other day, and I'm not going to name his name. He's got I think it's a good channel, and I'd watched it because there was some really good Dune PvP on it that I thought. Ground PvP, air, there was good stuff. And then I watched him the other day chase some individual guy back and then talk about why it was justified because that guy that guy brought the wrong ornithopter into the wrong place. And I'm like, that's never made any sense to me. This proximity-based PvP, you cross the line, therefore you have accepted all potential outcomes to me, has some very dark analogs in the real world that I can't let go. Like there are a lot of PvP zones in the real world. And I don't think those are right either. Like, and I've lived near some very large cities that had some very serious PvP zones, and if the rules are equivalent to what you would find in a failed state or in a federal prison or in the worst areas of the largest cities, then that's not really gameplay. That's encouraging behavior that we really don't want anywhere in society, regardless of what you want to call it. Oh, I didn't do that, did I? That's not what I was trying to achieve there. Is there room for that? Yeah, that's another. I didn't even know I had another load of this stuff. He's not paying attention. Pico! Yeah, I'm not mentioning any names, but Pico knows. I really enjoyed a lot of that, but I watched that and I just it struck me. It struck me the wrong way. I'm like, and he was just mocking the dude. I'm like, that ultimately that's what it comes down to, right? It's like that's why griefing is so hard to define. You're like, there's lots of things you can do that aren't griefing, and there's things that are in the game that are used for that purpose that also have completely legitimate purposes. That's just like the real world, right? It's like I've seen people arguing about the thumpers, like, oh, it's perfectly legitimate to use a thumper to draw a worm. Like, it is. It's absolutely part of the game mechanics, but I can assure you the Funcom people, if they had a way to stop you from doing that to somebody who you just shoved their ornithopter into the desert and you were just destroying it, they weren't even there, I'm pretty sure they would call that griefing. They just don't have a mechanism for stopping that exact thing right now. So there's lots of it has to do with your intent. And I'll do this too. If you look at the end user license agreement that we all sign in order to play this game, section 7, player conduct, subsection Q, which has to do with sabotaging other people's games, they've also kind of said they don't agree with it there too. So they reserve the right to deal with anybody they find doing that stuff eventually, however they want. But that's an enforcement issue. Like, I don't think, like, they don't have the time or the resources to go after people, but it doesn't make it right. Like, I don't think the philosophy is if I can get away with it, it's okay. There's an ethical thing going on there somewhere where you're supposed to be like, yeah, that person ran away after I shot them the first 5 times. I'll probably let him go, And that happens. Yeah, I mean, but I saw that. Like, I saw people in our deep desert the other day talking about that exact thing. They're just like, they caught somebody out someplace. They got in a fight. The person lost, and they let them get their stuff and leave. Like, I think that's exactly what I heard Joel and Scott say they hope happens. You want to fight? Fight. Go for it. I've seen people talk about, they were out in a large spice ring, and a group showed up and explained to them in no uncertain terms, if you stay here, you're putting our carriers at risk, therefore we can't let you stay here, so you should leave. And they left. And that was it. I think there was one case I saw, even the group that came in with the carriers said, follow me, here's a medium spice swim, and they just took them someplace else and said, farm over here, and they did. And then in some cases people are like, screw you, I'm staying, and they blow them out of the water, and that's consent. They're like, I've decided I'm going to fight for this spot. But it's the edges are so gray. It's like, and there's no, there's nobody here to enforce that. Like, so it's, we are the adult supervision in our own lives, supposedly. We're supposed to be watching ourselves. But like I said, some people come in from games where that's exactly what the game is, and they're convinced that that's what this game's supposed to be. And those people are still they're in the Discord arguing about it right now. I don't argue with them. Like, you can go find them, but they're in there right now telling everybody how. You can go search on the names of those games, right? If you search on the names of those games, you'll keep finding people mentioning like, oh, this is the way it works here. And that's like, I don't think that's what's going on here, but it'll take them some time. They'll deal with it. This game's going to have content. It's going to keep coming out. If you like the game, if you like the IP, if you like Dune, if you like sand in your shorts, you know, like you could, if you like random rockets with questionable rewards, you know, that just pop out of the sides of hills. Look at that. You gotta go look at this. There is a rocket inside that hill. Do you see it? Do you see the gun? I don't see the gun. Anyway. This game's fine. It's not dying. I've had some of those people come onto my YouTube channel too and leave comments. Dead game, dead game. I'm like, no, I don't think so. That's such a strange thing to say too. Yeah, but you know, Eagle One, you know, not everybody's reasonable. Not everybody arrives at the stage in life, at the same stage in life, and I don't mean it in an insulting way. The same level of maturity or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm just, you know, you just don't want to be forced into something you didn't really want to be involved in. I really, we have to fix this. Okay, I don't want to put them in there. Just putting things in the wrong places. We're just filling every single box with. I don't want to put, that's an output box. I don't want that. I need to put stuff in some other box somewhere where there's, yeah, this is a perfect one right here. And have I been going long enough that there's water again? I need to use up the water. I have, so we should have at least, not a lot. Yeah, I need more. Oh, I was gonna go get bodies too. The thing I kept trying to tell people, or that I generally, I try not to keep telling people things, like, because people don't want to be told anything, right? But the thing I try to highlight is there's behavior out there that's kind of on the fringe, and it's going to drive the developers to keep ratcheting stuff down. And then that's not going to make people happy who want that type of content. But I'm not in charge of any of that at all, and that's okay. I don't really want to be in charge of it. People are going to do what they're going to do. What are we doing? I think I'm going to use that because that'll be fun, just for the heck of it. I don't need those. Oh, I am, you know, I guess it's my rifle. I've got the Regis triple shot repeating rifle. I have made that. That's one of my T6. So I built that in the ancient way. So I built a couple guns. I haven't done much in the way of armor. I think I might, the one I want to build, I haven't gotten around to, is I have been sporting like a heavy armor set. Got the power harness, and so I want to build the power harness and maybe start. I might have a set of gloves. I got the circuit gauntlets too, so I can put that together. And I have a real nice set of light armor, some pincushion pieces, and Idaho's charge. So I've got a bunch of T6 stuff. I'll get around to building it sometime. Not today. Right now, this week is to get all the plastinium I need, and I probably need to go out and run test stations. Although I want to get on with guild members to do that, and we'll do that with just other people. That's not a problem. Because I need spice infused plastinium dust. We need that, right? Raising shields. I'm with you, man. Let's raise those shields. I do not PvP, not much. So did I get the body? I hope I did. Thank you. I just want the bodies. That's all I really care about. Eagle one. Yeah, exactly. Well, we all learn in different ways. Like some people, you know, and actually that brings up. This is a point when I bring this up. Nobody. I mean, it's not that anybody on my stream ever gives me any real grief about it, but like when I have brought it up in other places, it's like people typically adopt what I would consider to be abusive patterns towards other people. In some cases when they've been abused too. So like something happened to them and, you know, maybe they learned that they don't want that to happen to them or anybody else. And sometimes the response is they adopt a perspective that that's the way people are and that's the way they're going to be too, because it's a, you know, they think that's a reasonable response to the universe and the way it treats people. And that's unfortunate. That's, you know, and we've all heard about like abusive circles and things like that, you know, so that happens. So like there are people out there, I mean, it doesn't excuse the behavior, but it explains it in some ways, right? There are people out there who, and I've seen them too, like in the discords and things like that. They're like, well, everybody does this, so that's why I do it. And I'm like, well, not everybody does that, right? They end up with a skewed perspective that everybody is kind of engaged in this same kind of predatory or, if you want to call it, aggressive or hyper competitive, if you want to be combined. They, you know, their perception is that everybody acts that way because they've probably been playing some game where all their stuff has been destroyed and stolen so many times that is their interpretation of events. I don't think it's true, you know, but that was their experience. What are you going to do? Okay, we're going to shoot that guy. That's what we're going to do. We're going to shoot that guy. Oh, he killed that one for me. Cool, man. Is that 4 bodies? I would like all the bodies, please. Before they disappear. Yeah, so people don't arrive at these places just out of the blue. You know, I think there's a whole, you know, there's a question from a corporate responsibility perspective. Like, you know, the people at Funcom, I don't think they're not encouraging. I don't think they're trying to encourage any unhealthy behavior in any way, shape, or form. But I think that's also when I read some of the things like Joel's comments about like, what does he say? Like put wishes in one hand and blank in the others. Like take a crap in the others and see which one fills up first. Some of his frustration, the comments he's made, I think are maybe his coming to grips with some of the behavior they don't want, but they can't stop, and not immediately. They're decent people. They're not doing this. They're not trying to make life difficult for everybody. Aw. Dodge again, buddy. You can do it. Henry, I mind what I play. Happy gaming. Yep. Yeah. I think that's another funny point too. People, there's a very definite disconnect between people who like play survival games that aren't PvP survival. So the word survival game has 2 different definitions I've discovered. Didn't know this originally, but my view of survival games are very much Valheim and things like that. And then there's a whole, you know, I don't know if it's a subgenre or an aspect of them that involves that always involves PvP in some people's minds. They're like, this is PvP and this is survival is PvP, and I'm like, there's a group of people who, when they heard survival in this game, that's what they assumed. I think that's part of it. In the same way that like Funcom took MMO out of the name of the title or the description of the game before it launched, because it was their perception that people were starting to talk about things that were not in the game in their view. Right? I don't know if you remember that, but like originally this game was described as MMO. I don't even know where I'm going. yeah, I don't think there are any. I think there are any enemies up here for me. I've got a couple bodies. I'm gonna have to jump off the edge. Well, they originally described it as an MMO, and then what they saw in the press and in, you know, people's discussions, because they pay a lot of attention. You know, those people are on Reddit, right? You know, they're in, I mean, not only did they do an AMA, but they're on there paying attention on Reddit and all these other places. And so they before they even launched the game, they backed away from that and came out and tried to kind of bring people's expectations back in line. But you can't fix all that. People bring to the table what they know. Pico's like, I never played D&D, but do people role play as the bad guy or the villain in the story of the game? Yeah, absolutely. Like, the very nature of D&D allows you to choose your alignment, and as I recall, you know, there's chaotic, there's an axis of chaotic versus lawful, and then there's evil versus good. And so we always, at times, and I had characters that were like this, would play a chaotic evil character. Well, if you've played Baldur's Gate 3, right? Baldur's Gate 3, first of all, is very much, you know, based on D&D rules, right? I'm not saying in some strict sense. I'm not about some kind of esoteric debate on it, but like the Dark Impulse character, or that whole option is, in my view, was always kind of the chaotic evil. Or you could have, like, you know, neutral evil, lawful evil, things like that. Is it okay for Dune players? I think it's baked into the game. Like, the Harkonnens are, I would call the Harkonnens evil, right? They are very much, they have a very different philosophy that's baked into them, right? So now you could be like, okay, in PvP, is somebody just RPing that way? Could be. That's an interpretation, but I don't think that's what the Funcom people were hoping PvP was going to be. That's not their intention. That would be like saying, well, you know, the Harkonnens exist, therefore griefing is part of the game, and I don't think that's what they've said. Oh, that's where did I leave my buggy in here? Oh, I left it down below. I almost always put it up here. I don't know enough about, this is where I had the other buggy before I took it north. I don't know enough about the entire philosophy of the Harkonnens. I refer to them in the sense that they are, let's say, hedonistic, right? So the drug references, the food, the Baron, like the Baron Harkonnen was, you know, is always portrayed as a very large individual, not in control of his urges, right? That kind of thing, which, you know, has to do with food, sexual urges, all that stuff, right? And so, like, if you want, like, now you get into like a finer definition of like, well, what's evil versus what's not evil kind of thing, right? There's certainly a different value on human life, right? But the Harkonnens and the Atreides agree to the rules of Camley, and, you know, there's all sorts of, there's structure, right? So that it's not that they are, I don't know if you call it, is it nihilistic, right? Like, it's not like anarchy, it's not that kind of thing. But they certainly don't value human life in the same sense, right? The Atreides place a very different value on human life, which is where you get, you know, and that's probably all from like Frank Herbert originally too, right? So like he's setting up archetypes and that kind of thing. But I don't think even that justifies the griefing behavior I saw. Like, I don't think it's sufficient justification within the game, because ultimately what we're talking about now is human players in real life who come to a game and are playing in the same place, right? Do you have to cooperate with everybody around? No, you don't. You don't have to join guilds with people. You don't have to do all that stuff. But there, you know, there's a reason, like the terms of service say you really shouldn't sabotage other people's games, right? And that's, you know, maybe that's for commercial reasons exclusively, but okay, so we have more water coming in. That's not a problem. Okay, we can talk about Dr. Yui, right? Dr. Yui, who betrayed the Atreides, right? That's who we're talking about, right? So Dr. Yui's situation was a little different from what I understand, because the Harkonnens had captured his wife. And if you really get into the lore, there's some really interesting people who've done deep, unrelated to the game, like really good lore work on YouTube. I can't remember the name of them, but there's a couple of them out there. And like Dr. Yui if you think about it in the way that I've heard it described, he did betray House Atreides, right? But he also believed that they were doomed already, and so he did so in a way that he thought would end up essentially killing the Baron and also validating or verifying that his wife was indeed dead, because as long as he didn't know for sure, they had leverage over him. So there's a very interesting interpretation that is actually fairly widely held about Dr. Yui, and he was villainized from that point forward. Like, he was portrayed in this kind of overly simplistic villain sense, but in some ways, he was not. He was, he was absolutely in a bad situation, and his actions were traitorous without a doubt. But was he evil? There's a pretty good argument to be made. I don't think I'm articulated enough to make it. I don't know the lore well enough, but I remember watching the videos on it. It was kind of mind opening. Like, it was, it definitely got my attention. I'm like, okay, that's very interesting, because I've read the book. I've read the original book. I've not read the rest of the books, but I read the first book originally. Oh, hold on, where are we on Stravidium? Let me make sure I know what this is. We have plenty. And we're just going to keep cranking those out. What am I missing? Oh, it's the water. Oh, I was already... I queued that up. If you're on YouTube, Pico de Gallo, which is, first of all, a great name, asked over on Twitch, Dr. Yui was a traitor and caused the assassination of his own faction. Harkos are evil and kill for no reason. Correct. So there's a discussion happening on Twitch. I apologize. I was just kind of enjoying it. There's a discussion over there about essentially, how does the Harkonnen, let's say, faction and their backstory at some point connect up to actual gameplay in the game, right? And does it justify it? That's my interpretation of what he was asking, right? And I, my view of that is, so I already have these are already processing, is that there is a point where it connects to the real world of humans in this world playing the game, and whether they have consented to play the game in that way. Like, if you told everybody, and again, that comes back to consent. It's the people who look at, like, the line in the desert and say, once you've crossed this, you have consented. Even in arguments with people who say, that's not what I consented to. I just came across that line because that's where the stuff was. And that's where Funcom said the stuff was. And that's where I came out there. And they're like, well, everything's fair game. And Funcom doesn't even say that, right? But I would agree that I think that they have been ambiguous in some ways. And that's where I think that they kind of lead everybody. They're, again, I don't think they're leading them on in a bad way, but I think they're trying to keep everyone engaged in the game as much as they can while they make their vision work the way they thought it was going to work. And it's interesting, they even said, like, there was some discussion early on about the third faction. Everybody was kind of anxious about the third faction. That's not really PvP related, but they have already started backing off the third faction, or saying that it's going to be later in their updates because of the things they've had to address so far. Not just bugs, like griefers are different than, let's say, the dupers that are flat out, although some of them are the same people, but you can have people that are PvEing and duping and cheating too, right? There's no doubt about that, right? But they've spent so much time making these kind of shifts, like half the PvE or half the desert turning PvE, and then dealing with what happened after that with the players who came in and got mad. And I don't think I'm imagining this. There are players that are in our world battle group in the PvE deep desert who I saw in Funcom describing their point of view, and they were just angry, and they literally said, I am making life difficult for PvE players because you took away half our desert, you took away our exclusive access to some resources. There's some really kind of twisted logic of a small group of people, right? And so, it was just, that's what Funcom, I don't think they really knew it was going to work that way. And I think even when they gave PvE players more access to the resources and things like that, I don't think they recognized, or maybe they did, that some players were going to just get, ridiculously angry about that and resentful about it, right? And then they were going to turn around and try to do everything in their power to make things difficult. And then they're just reacting. So now Funcom's in the, we did a thing which we think was solving a problem, and now there's a reaction by a group of players, and now we have to do this other thing, and now they're attacking these people, and they're still marching towards this vision they have of like these really cool PvP, battles in the deep desert over spice and, and ground, mixed mode, ground and air battles, like everything, right? But I think that's that's the iterative process. Like that's harder to achieve than it is because all us pesky humans are involved. we're all in here mucking up their plans. But I'm trying not to get offended by it, But I've also been fortunate enough that, and maybe I'm just so cautious that I just do stuff. Pico says, I can agree some players are toxic and bad. Some players want to play the bad guy. Yeah, some people do. But, some people want to play the bad guy in real life too. Cosplaying at a convention is different than deciding you're going to wait outside a bar for people to, and jump them because they're, unable to defend themselves or something. Like, I'm just role playing, man. Somewhere in there, there's a real boundary, right? I don't, it's not always my way to. It's not my decision to make. Thank God, right? Like, because Funcom's got to figure it out, right? They're owned by Tencent. Tencent expects performance from a financial perspective. Funcom expects to build stuff and be, and the individuals that work there want to do this forever, probably. They want to have fun making games and that kind of thing. So they have to figure that kind of stuff out. I just have to look at it and ask myself the simple question: is, am I having fun with it? Is it playable enough for me, right? Am I, because on a raw hours perspective, the cost of this game's trivial for the amount of time and fun I've had with it. Like, it's nothing, right? And that's an easy piece of math to do as far as I'm concerned. It's okay. Now, the only counterbalance to that is, and I haven't had this happen because I've not been killed in the deep desert, and I haven't even lost an ornithopter out there. I have been attacked on multiple occasions. I have just managed, because, out of my sheer paranoia, to get away, right? But I've had people, and I can't speak for them, but I know people who've played this game who have been attacked, lost a bunch of stuff that they put a bunch of time into, and then didn't come back, right? And so the question is not just, is this game $50 or whatever you paid for it, right? If you bought the other one, and did you get enough hours out of it? It is, if you spent 10 hours doing something and somebody that you did not agree to play with comes in and destroys 10 hours of your work, that's your time. I'm, maybe this is a little libertarian of me, but I'm not hardcore in that respect. It's like, the fruits of your own time and labor are yours, and if somebody decides that they are going to take it away from you and you did not consent to the process by which that happens, there's all sorts of opportunity for people to be mad, like, and quit or leave or complain, and I can't complain that they're complaining, right? I don't know, the PvPers that are complaining that somehow Funcom made changes under their business model and took something away and they blame PvEers. I don't agree with that. If you're in PvE and Funcom said this game is, you don't have to PvP if you don't want to, and then they said the moment you get to this level of technology, you can freely travel into these areas, even if there's a little red marker at the top. Nothing happens for 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, and then somebody pops out of nowhere and kills you in a short time and you weren't prepared. I understand why they're upset. Some of that behavior is just clearly, they're not RPing, I guess is what I would say. I don't think those people are RPing. They're just playing a different game that's not Dune Awakening in a sandbox that works that way. But that's my impression. It'll get better. What was the comment over here? Somebody said something about StarTux. A small group of people active on social media can seem like it's more than add-in people who just emulate what they're saying. Yeah. It's hard to tell, isn't it? There was a video, I mentioned him last time, Josh Strife Hayes, I think. I should have gone to look it up. I should go watch that video and do a react to, because it really resonated with me when I saw it. But like, he had kind of gone down, and he's fairly well versed in this. Like he's I mean, not only is he successful in like the YouTube, the content creation place, but he seems to do the research, right? And I respect somebody who does the math and the research and puts together the data. And he's like, the problem with the hardcore PvP side is there just isn't a large enough population to support enough games beyond a certain level. It is a smaller group than it thinks it is what he's saying, right? There are a whole lot of people that are okay with PvP in other variations, and I just generically call them kind of legit PvPers. That's probably a little unkind of me, but those are legit as far as I'm concerned. I don't even like the word hardcore, but there's just a small group of people who are truly into like free-for-all, you know, full loot PvP and all that good stuff. It's a tiny group, and they can't support as many games. There's a bunch in the middle who love the competition, and I still think that AI is going to mean PvP is more important than ever, because people are going to, you know, like the AI is going to get more sophisticated. Maybe some people will be more and more, they'll be satisfied with that, but I think there's going to be people who continue to want to compete against other people in situations where skill makes a difference, right? So yeah, I don't know, StarTux. Hey, Unclassified Gaming. I've been online, so I don't know. I'll take your word for it, Unclassified. Servers are... This is what Unclassified said if you're on Twitch. Servers are crashing and lagging and booting people all over the place. The event is cool, but I don't think they tested it much. Yeah, it certainly wasn't on the public test branch. Like I don't know if they would do that anyway, but I had a problem right off the bat. Like as soon as I got on stream today, I went to one of the guns and I took down the barrier and I was trying to interact with it and I got attacked. The two NPCs that are sometimes there showed up. One of them pinned me in there. I lost all my stamina and it stuck there. And I ended up having to shut the game down completely. I tried to log out to I tried to go to the menu and come back in, and then, or you know, like I exited the game but stayed in the game itself. I don't know what they call it, right? They call it this, right? I tried to go to the main menu. I had to exit the game completely, but my stamina was down, and even that didn't work. I exited the game, came back in. I ended up having to get into combat with another NPC that was meleeing me, have it triggered a stamina hit, like, you know, they were trying. I had enough health that they could hit me, and then when it triggered, it came back up. So like I had a bug right there. Like I couldn't get my ornithopter. I couldn't use any of my skills. It was very weird. And then what was the other thing that happened? I went up to one of the fallen ships, and I started to use the cutter ray to open up the back end, and I started to sink into the ground. Like I started to sink through the map and freaked out and I just ran away from that ship and said the heck with it. I found a different ship, but yeah, there's some interesting stuff happening with this, and I don't know what caused it, but we don't. I mean, I don't know if they've said, because I haven't been on Discord either, but if they've said how long it's going to last, if this is going to be on until the 10th, so this is like, you know, or just a week, or, you know. But we know what they'll do. Like if there's a problem, they'll hotfix it overnight. It'll be down. Servers will be down for 90 minutes or something like that. So anyway, got kicked while in deep desert. Lost my soul thorny and some stuff. Logged out. Wait until they sorted that out before going back in. Yeah, I don't know if that stuff's gotten better. Like the crossing boundaries in the deep desert. Even I got booted out at once and spawned back in the quicksand row and just walked over to my. Oddly enough, walked over to my own ornithopter without any problems. Okay, anyway, let me. This is okay. This can stay here. I don't need to. But I have a whole nother load of that stuff up here. But I'm not going to take that back yet. I think I've made sufficient progress on my plastinium goals for the day. I need to check to find out what we have. We have a mess. That's what we have right now. We have a freaking mess of things. I can't reach these storage units. That's 571 plastinium right there. 376. We're at 1,200. You know what? Honestly, I forgot. This is all I really need to do. What was I thinking? You just bring out a construction tool and make something that requires plastinium, right? Like an advanced survival fabricate. We have 1,300 plastinium. We don't have a lot of spice. It's 276. So that's what we're trying to do. We're going to build up spice. So we'll get all the plastinium. We'll get a couple thousand of those this week, and then when we have time, chase spice, and then we can start to build. Start to individually kind of keep building more recipes and things like that. So I think that's the way we're going to do it this week. Okay. Well, I think, guys, this might be where I'm going to cut it for the day. My excitement for the day is I get to go and pick up a chainsaw that I got. I need a chainsaw, so I get to go pick up a chainsaw. I've been going for about 4 hours. I think it's about 4 hours at this point in time. Wanted to get back in. Wanted to definitely give this new world event a run and see what it looks like. I think it's okay. The rewards are not that exciting. They're all right. I mean, I don't mind. I will definitely probably throughout the rest of the week grind and get more of the Chome cargoes so that I can get the variants for the guns. That seems like kind of a fun thing to have, at least for a couple of them, right? I think everything is, the deep desert. I haven't been out past the first row yet. I just had enough time yesterday to throw a base out there and get that going. But the game's moving ahead. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you hanging around and participating in my random musings about the nature of this game and whether PvP works or doesn't. It's a fun game. I hope you're all enjoying it. Hope you're finding a way to play it the way you like to play it, and you're not running into any problems. And I hope you're playing other games too. I'm playing other games too. I'll probably be doing some other stuff on the channel. We're definitely gearing up for the September 10th DLC on this game. There's a bunch of other cool stuff that's coming out. I think the rest of the year looks great. There's a lot of games going on. I'm going to, I'll be playing Dune. For no other reason, I maintain all the bases. I don't know how much I'll do during the week. I'm hoping to get back into a regular weekday schedule with this. I am cranking through some consulting work on the side that I need to do because it pays the bills, to make sure I get all this stuff done, and I've at least overcome my my kind of environmental issues. So have a wonderful afternoon, and I hope to see you soon. This is Kineer, and I'm out of here. Thanks.